The comic starts out with Mora waking up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy. Afterwards, she makes sure to drop us a nice big bomb of exposition. She does, however, forget whether or not she wants to use quotation marks here and there, plus forgetting when to actually use capitalized letters.
You know, the stuff you learn in grade school.
As the keen observer will quickly realize, Mora here is always busting a nice huge pair of double Ds, despite overalls like that rarely to ever stick to your body like that. In fact, clothes don't work that way. It won't actively try and crawl down your cleavage. Anyway, Mora explains that she's the sole worker on the farm Les Lindas that her parents left for her. However, being the sole resident and the sole worker on the farm, and the fact that the farm sticks to a tradition, whatever that is, means that Mora is way behind other farms. She of course explains this while voguing it up. And so this is where I want to introduce you guys to the Las Lindas suicidal drinking game. The rules are simple. Every time something is super sexy for no reason at all, you take a shot. So, bottoms up. Oh, this was a bad idea. We move on to see Mora's mailbox being hammered by a rock and a stick, one of which I assume was thrown by the dude from Yu Yu Hakusho here as he runs away, yelling to Mora to run away from the monster. A little counterproductive, I gotta admit. We move on to an obligatory shower scene, take a shot, immediately afterwards. This is on the 5th page, which has got to be a new record, but anyway. Mora explains that she is always exhausted at the end of the day, whether she's standing up or laying down, that she's always so tense. That might be because of the huge boobs she's walking around with. This is when Mora comes up with a genius scheme to lure in some help, using the only thing she has to offer. Her words, not mine. If you guessed that this would be her charming personality, that's a penalty shot.
These are my rules, I make them up.
No, the solution to all Mora's problems is to go out there and slut herself up. Look out, world! Here comes Mora!
Never mind that shit. Here comes Mungo!
Now, a little history lesson. The term protagonist was first used in the ancient Greece. It comes from the word protagonistes, which means one who plays the first part, the chief actor. Typically, in movies or books or plays, the protagonist will be a character that the audience can empathize with. If the protagonist gets beaten up, you want the audience to feel as if they're beating up too. Now, this is not always the case, but it tends to be the main thing when it comes to stories that aren't exactly anything spectacular. The reason I'm bringing this up is because this right here is our protagonist. This is the one we are supposed to cheer on. This is supposed to be the one who we can relate to or identify with. She's a freaking stripper! So Mora goes to Gosama, the port city that for some odd reason too has a dumb big tower with magical stuff flying around for no other reason than it being interesting. Mora walks to the nearest saloon, and on her way people are staring and drooling. Also take a shot. So Mora starts finding her target, and I shit you not, the first one she looks at is a freaking pig in overalls and she passes him by. He's the best person to be working at a farm, period. No, instead her eyes falls on these two, and boy oh boy do I wonder if these two are reoccurring characters. I don't know what makes me think that. Anyway, Mora steps up, or rather her huge bust does so, take a shot, and she confronts the cat Miles, asking if he wants to work for her. That's when she drops this sentence. Oh, there will be some hard work involved. Some pushing and lifting, plowing and seeding, taking care of the cows, and I assure you that it will be worth the time together. Alright, hold the fucking phone here. Cows. She said it, cows. There will be taking care of cows. Now I'm not born yesterday, even though my flowy long hair might have convinced you otherwise. I know this is just to turn Miles on, and when she's saying cow, she's obviously referring to herself. Because of sex. I could take a shot. But let's take a minute to discuss what double entendre is. A double entendre is a figure of speech in which a spoken or written phrase is devised to be or is unintentionally understood in either of two ways. Meaning it can mean one of two things. So the obvious thing is that she wants Miles to think he is to come with her home and pull her boobs a little. But what I'm more interested in is that it must also be because there will be actual cows. Like real cows. Real big, massive, smelly, cute as balls cows. What I'm getting at is that Mora is here making a double entendre stating that she's an animal and that there will be more animals on the farm. But in this case it will be farm animals. You know, animals that you only keep on a farm and use to the purpose of farm work and stuff. So how is this not slavery? Anyway, Miles, being a total transparent klutz, obviously says yes. Or rather, he says a bunch of gibberish that Mora takes as yes, and they are off towards Mora's farm. It has, in the meantime, become night, and Miles honestly believes that they are going to a brothel, and who can blame him when Mora looks like this? You know a shot? Take it. So Mora and Miles are going over the finer details of the job, and Miles asks, like anyone would, how much he's going to be paid, to which Mora once more dodges the question. She then shows up in a tight robe, take a shot, and says the job will be its own reward. She then squeezes up against Miles and smacks him over the head with a frying pan, and we then cut to see Miles working the next day, being bossed around by Mora. So let me lay out Mora's plan here for you. Mora wanted to slot herself up, go to town, find a gullible sex-depraved twat, seduce him, bring him home, give him false hopes, knock him the fuck out, and force him to work for her without payment. A protagonist! The breakfast he then promised Miles he then has to make himself, which he manages to screw up, which Mora makes more than sure to point out. Miles, rightfully so, says, "Call me crazy, but I didn't ask to do this." Mora replies, "Okay, you're crazy. After all, you did follow me home." You freaking tricked him, you cow! You see, she's actually a cow, so I am allowed to say that. Mora and Miles go back and forth with how he didn't agree to work on Las Lindas, and Mora asks him what he agreed to. After all, prostitution is illegal in that country. She then uses the fact that Miles followed her home to blackmail him and force him to work on the farm. Otherwise, she'll tell people that Miles thought she was a prostitute and wanted to have sex with her, which would go on his criminal record. It takes two to a tango, you dumb bitch! If anything, you were the one making yourself out to be a prostitute. If anyone should be persecuted, it should be you! Actually, no, wait. Hold it! I'm not done with this. This is so dumb. In fact, it's so dumb, I actually did some fact checking, and in case you do use the service of a prostitute where prostitution is illegal, both parties will be facing jail time, heavy fines, and a permanent criminal record. In other words, Mora is just as much, if not more, in the wrong here than Miles. This is almost a worse plan than the first one to get Miles to the farm. But only almost. Obviously, Miles can't figure out the work on the farm, and Mora then leaves him to work while she goes to the city to find another sucker she can reel in. Why Miles doesn't just hightail it out of the farm while she's gone is but one of the many plot holes this comic has. On her way back, however, these dudes try to buy Mora's services. Giving them the cold shoulder, they start getting more aggressive and are obviously going to rape Mora, because, you know, that's good storytelling, who in the process has lost a teeny tiny bandana she used for her chest. Did she honestly sit down and think about this plan for more than half a second? Like, what the hell did you think would happen? I'm not trying to bring up the whole dressed like she was asking for it issue, but freaking look at her! Also, take a shot for the bandana. The rape, however, is halted by this big buff bull who beats the stuffing out of the culprits. This is done while we get a good butt shot of Mora. Take a shot. Afterwards, Mora's eyes grows for some odd reason, and she immediately asks the bull to help her on the farm, who seems to be losing his Ryu bag ever so often. For some strange reason, he agrees to help, just like that. On the way home, however, Mora gets tired and can't walk anymore. This is despite her working on a farm where most of her work consists of walking, and that she's been walking this route several times already. But it is, however, just an excuse to have the bull, without a word, I might add, sweep Mora off her hooves and carry her. So, back up for a second here. You, bull guy, you're going to walk behind a girl who was almost raped and, without a word, sweep her up and carry her. That's like kicking a person who almost drowned into the deep end of a pool. We then return to Las Lindas, where Mora introduces Minos the bull to Miles. Now, here's a little question. In what order would you read this? Like this, right?
Wrong!
Actually, it's like this. Yeah, I know. We are immediately introduced to Minos and his Hercule strength. We are not explained it, we're just shown it. So Mora, who should be recovering from a freaking rape attempt, is instead daydreaming about her and Minos getting married. You know, the guy she's known for less than 2 hours, I might add. Whoops, actually this is apparently taking place days or maybe even weeks in the future. We don't know. So Mora is going on about how things are going her way and that she wants Minos to notice her, and she will do this by being more nice. Also, take a shot because of boobs sticking out further than her nose. Anyway, this is immediately halted by Miles asking for a raise.
That's it. That's what is stopping her from being nice. That he wants to get paid for the work he's doing for her while she is slacking off and daydreaming.
Moving on outside, Minos and Miles are building a fence. On asphalt, it seems. And they're going a little back and forth about why Miles is still on the farm, completely forgetting the fact that Mora is blackmailing him. Mora then brings the men who are working hard in the blazing sun some hot tea and shows up just as Miles says that she's a looker. While some people might take this as a compliment, Mora instead pours the hot tea on Miles' crotch. On his overalls. You know, the thing that is most of the time used as protective clothing.
But hey, burn marks on the penis, that's funny, right?
So Mora asks Minos on a date, but Minos insists they all go, which ends up in them heading to the saloon that Mora snatched Miles from. And Miles is... What?
I think someone has to, unplug, wait 10 seconds, blow in the hole, and then replug Miles. It doesn't look too good.
And hey, we haven't had a shot in a while, so you can choose if you want to take one for Mora's extremely low-cut dress or Taffy hair pushed out bust. Anyway, Taffy hair is putting out the vibe hard, and the before clumsy and awkward Miles is now super suave and confident.
Oh, don't worry, these characters will change so frequently that Jackie Diaz is asking them to slow down.
Have that bottle ready, cause now Mora is putting the moves on Minos because she assumed the only reason he was so silent around her was because he thought Mora and Miles were a couple. Her way of putting the moves on Minos, however, is by getting him drunk, but instead she is the one getting utterly shit-faced. This makes her strike all sorts of poses, and the size of her dress seems to change in size ever so often as well. Eventually she says, "I got a place you can stay, bully boy. Right in between myself and furry." And I've counted about 4 shots on this page alone. On the plus side, Miles got Taffy's number.
If you're not dead yet, let me just remind you that we are only 25 pages in. The comic as it is now is over 400 pages long.
But keep that freaking booze handy, folks, cause out of nowhere it's suddenly a beach scene where Minos is giving Mora a back rub and asked her if he can please her in other ways. But lo and behold, it was merely a dream.
It was all a dream.
Now, despite being hungover as balls, Mora still manages to dress herself up and cook Minos dinner. She's doing all this because Minos said he wants to settle down and wants a quiet girl. And so Mora is trying to trick Minos into liking her by acting like a cute and quiet girl, which is so unlike her that just acting it is almost making her throw up.
New rule. Every time I point out that Mora is our protagonist in disbelief, take a shot.
Mora's moves, however, doesn't work, it would seem, as Minos says he'll choose whether to stay or not. Not an unsensible thing for him to say, really. After all, let's not forget, he decided to work here on a whim and has yet to be paid. What then follows is one of the most infuriating scenes I can remember in a webcomic. Having failed to seduce Minos, Mora instead seduces Miles, who just happens to come by. Also, take a shot. While seducing Miles, you are treated to her just calling Miles all sorts of stuff. My favorite being selfish. Mora then takes Miles to her room and humps the ever-living crap out of him, all while thinking that he's a loser and that he'd never make it this far with someone as good as her. And all of this is just to tell Minos just what he's missing out on.
It's also gotta be said that we are seeing less skin on Mora while she's having sex than when she's just out walking about.
Also, you can't make someone jealous if they don't care about you. Minos doesn't give a shit about you, Mora, so you fucking Miles and making sure he can hear it will only serve to annoy him, just like a noisy neighbor. Maybe you should think about your plans more than not at all.
And if your goal is to annoy Minos, just walk up to his door and do this.
What then follows is the day after, where Mora is straight up ripping Miles a new asshole. Not a single frame is spent without her calling Miles something new and making fun of him. Eventually she asks him to leave while saying the blackmail thing is over, seeing no one would believe that even a professional would sleep with him willingly.
Now don't get me wrong, I don't like any of these characters.
But holy hell, Mora can fuck right off. Miles is a huge shit later, but so far he's been working for Mora for free. And after the sex, he even wants to stay and work for her and is hoping for more. He obviously cares for her. When doing stuff like this where your character is questionable, you gotta at least leave a hint of redeeming thought in it. Something that makes you go, "Aw, I can kind of see where she's coming from, but she's handling it super wrong." But no! Holy hell! Has anyone who read this pile of shit ever stopped up and thought to themselves, this is our hero. This is who we are supposed to be rooting for. And even if, let's just say if you're reading this for other than the story and you just want to get your rocks off, it doesn't even deliver on that. It drops small hints, it teases you, but there's never any payoff or anything. Holy testicle Tuesday, what the... I think that's all I can take for this time. Join me next time for more Less Lindas. Someone hold my hair!
So, tried to reach for the whole thing, but the comic's too boring. So I was like, let's skip ahead, let's look at all the tits, and drink. And then Starship appears out of nowhere. And I'm like, the tits aren't even worth it, man.
Saving souls, self-serve, no need for the self-control.
When we last met our hero...
No, I can't say it.
When we last met this comic's main antagonist, Mora was busy chewing Miles a new asshole. She is stopped by Minos, who calls her out on being a total bitch, and throughout the conversation he manages to pack all of his shit and put on his dumb cloak. He says that he hoped Mora was different than what he first thought, which was that she was just a freaking whore out to trick people into working for her, and finishes it all off with saying that Miles is more of a victim than Mora ever was.
Preach it! Preach it!
Mora gets pissy and fires Minos, but immediately regrets it. But never mind that, cause now it's time to see what Miles is up to. He has tracked down Taffy and tells her that he doesn't have anywhere to sleep. Let's overlook the fact that this doesn't make much sense, seeing that he's hardly been on the farm for more than a few weeks, and it takes over a month to lose your apartment even if you sell it yourself.
Now, some people might say that more time has passed, but you know what would help explain that? Fucking explaining it!
So Miles tells Taffy what happened, and Taffy tells him that she'll talk to her boss about getting Miles a job with her. They then kiss, and Miles tries to cup a feel of Taffy. This is despite them having hardly known each other for more than maybe 10 hours in total.
Seems a little extreme, even for a dumb sex comic like this.
We jump ahead a week to where Mora is taking a shower and then has an inner monologue about the dress she wore being her mother's. She then explains that she will try a little harder for Minos and goes out to try and find Minos.
Let's rewind a little. She's going out a whole week after the ideal, I might add, to find Minos. Not Miles. She's going to explain shit to Minos. Not Miles, the one she used and abused. That's a shot.
Mora then bumps into the goons who tried to rape her. They taunt her with saying that no one is here to save her now. How they know that Minos won't just come flying out of nowhere is bad storytelling, so yeah, nothing new there. Mora, however, deals with them with a well-placed Shoryuken that she can now use, probably because she's angry. Which she should obviously also be when getting freaking raped. Heck, this begs the question.
If you could do all that, what the fuck was the point with all the drama up to this point?
Mora tracks down Minos and Miles at the local bar where she completely disregards Miles being there and goes straight to Minos. It's nice to see our protagonist has her priorities in check. Minos says that he'll come back to the farm, but only if Mora rehires Miles and this time pays him. This is despite not consulting Miles whether that's okay or not first, I might add. Mora, being the total other cunt that she is, decides to ask Miles what he wants for coming back and suggests a raise.
A raise is a percentage increase in pay, and seeing that Miles didn't get paid a single penny before, any amount of increase in percentage would still be freaking zero!
Miles, however, doesn't just want a raise. No, he also wants to have Taffy move in on Las Lindas and work there, plus all his pay is to go to her. There are a few problems with this. One of which being that, again, Miles didn't consult Taffy about this at all before, and now encouraging her to quit her job and move out of her home to go live on a farm. That, and Miles is going to do all of this for a chick he has literally not known for more than a freaking month. I could make an entire freaking video proving this too, but if I do, we'll never be finished with this crap.
It's like a band-aid, really. A furry, horribly written band-aid. You have to rip it off fast.
We move on to see Mora and Minos on their way to the beach. That's where we see this guy, Edward, who's making a huge thing out of his cowboy fedora sombrero hat. A cow fedbrero. Yeah, a cow fedbrero. He spots Mora and leaves his date to pursue Mora, who is giving an ice cream vendor shit for no reason. It's then revealed that Mora and Edward used to date, which isn't exactly surprising. I mean, Mora is the kind of character that wouldn't surprise me if she said she'd fucked every single person in the city.
What I'm getting at is that Mora is basically an STD with breasts and legs.
Anyway, Mora gives Edward an ice cone in the head, and it's so nice to see we can have jokes for 14-year-olds in a comic with heavy themes of fucking, drinking, and raping. Good stuff. We move back to the farm where Miles is putting the moose on Taffy, who gets super butthurt over the fact that Taffy, the only female in this comic to show some restraint so far, isn't gonna jump his furry bones. That's when Edward pops up with 2 gallons of ice cream. Apparently, that was the only way for him to get the ice cream vendor to tell him where Mora lives.
What Why would the fucking ice cream vendor know that? Mora and Minos comes back home and we find out that Edward is actually a popular author that's got Taffy all excited. Or it might be because she's apparently cut her arms. Like, if these aren't bandages, what then? Bracelets? Really white bracelets? Anyway, Mora is yelling that Edward is not welcome there, but in the very next frame, she's saying he can stay for one night. No one, let me repeat that, no one counter-argumented her at all! And this is where we see Taffy go, I'll see you in my room tonight, okay? I have some fantasies of my own that I want to share. The same night we're given the arguably most forced, misunderstood double entendre dialogue ever that makes no sense when you really think about it. But then again, that seems to be a tall order for the steady readers of this comic. After all, it's hard to think logical when you're jacking off. Mora and Miles are now both really pissed at Edward and want him off the farm in a hurry. And so Mora visits Edward in the middle of the night in a super sexy nightgown, take a shot, to distract Edward while Miles puts Edward in a cardboard box. A cardboard box.
Snake, what are you doing?
I'm in a box.
A cardboard box? Why are you...
I don't know, I was just looking at it, and suddenly I got this irresistible urge to get inside.
We cut to this cow lady who's talking with one of the guys who tried to rape Mora. You weren't supposed to touch her in the first place. Do you have any idea what kind of liabilities we could have incurred if that went public? If you're so fucking worried about your freaking image, why don't you freaking fire the guy who has now several times tried to rape someone? It's not fucking rocket science. The accountant says she'll have to talk business with Mora after the stunt the dude pulled and tells him to take the day off. Remember this. She then drives out on the ranch to say these things all without a punctuation mark. This is all done with first an almost upskirt shot, then a boob shot, and then an ass shot. Good day, you must be Mora Linda, long time no see. See? Do you see what your sentence sounds like if you don't use periods, you illiterate hags? Also, that doesn't make any sense. You must be Mora would be something you say about someone you've never met and thus you're unsure who the person is. And long time no see would indicate they know each other. Maybe we'll get some explanation here on the next page. The two cows go back and forth about how they knew each other from school until Mora started dating a dude called James. When this cow asks Mora if she remembers him, her left boob answers, I think it would be easier to remember what I had for lunch that day. Sorry. Once more, establishing that Mora is a total whore. The cow then says to Mora that she wants her to come to her farm because she has a business proposition for her. Also, let me just point out, we haven't even heard this chick's name yet. But her name is apparently Alejandra and she wants to buy Mora's farm. The deal isn't going shitty enough and so Minos pops forth with the guy who tried to rape Mora. You know, the guys who got a day off from work. Anyway, Mora and Alejandra goes hoof to hoof and I swear to God this sentence actually gets used. Don't you think it's funny that I've been blessed with far better form, yet have not degraded myself to your level? That's when Mora brings up Alejandra's ex and is in turn slapped. Mora then retaliates by knocking Alejandra out.
You got knocked the fuck out!
Mora and Minos leaves after being threatened by Alejandra and that's when we meet these two. And another writer it would seem. The two cats, Sarah and Rachel, finds Mora's farm and tries to infiltrate it to steal from them. They succeed, but dumb as they are, decide to camp down not far from the farm it would seem. As Miles, Mora and Minos finds them and apprehends them. They go over what they should do with them and Mora, being the daughter of Satan, insists that the two starving orphans work to pay off the food they spoiled. That's however not done before consulting Miles, which Mora wouldn't do, and for Miles to say, Word of the wise, always agree with the girl you sleep with, which currently is not you, obviously referring to him taking Taffy's side in the argument. Well, you're obviously not having sex with Taffy either, so this quote is obviously just there to sound funny and clever. Which it's not. So, let's talk about this guy. It fucks. Ever since he has come into this comic, it has been far less about sex, which is nice, but now we are facing a whole new problem of just running into several dumb manga tropes. One of which is having the stupid dumb lolicon kid character. Sarah is 17, but she acts like she's 7 and she's obnoxious to boot. This is being proven by her fucking up dinner and having to do dress up. Nothing tickles her fancy, and that's when we get this page. There's so much dumb shit in this page alone. Okay, first of all, 2 shots here, and then there's this. Why is Mora in her slut outfit? This was used to reel in dumb, shallow, sex-depraved twats, and it's clearly having no effect on Minos. Then we find out that Sarah wants to wear it, but it's apparently Mora's favorite outfit. And then there's this. If you listen really carefully, you can hear the sound of this joke being paid into the comic by some loosely affiliated WoW fan the writers knew. We move on to Rachel and Minos, talking about how Rachel and Sarah are orphans, and Minos is, again without consulting Mora, telling them that they should think about staying on the farm. Rachel then asks Minos if Mora is always so bitchy, and we all know the answer to that. She's the freaking spawn of Satan, so yes. Anyway, Rachel and Sarah then decide that they want to steal a treasure that Sarah found. We've not seen any treasure to speak of, but then again, we are here talking about a girl who's 17 who acts like she's freaking 7. What I'm saying is that Sarah is maybe, slow. Rachel and Sarah makes a devious scheme to get Mora and the others off the farm so they can steal the treasure. Surely the others won't fall so easily to them. Okay, fuck this, they're clearly all slow. Are you for real? These two, within the last 12 hours, tried to rob you blind, and not only do you keep them on the farm, but now you're gonna leave them only to be supervised by a puny little bunny and a horny, incompetent cat that no one with half a brain would trust to as much as swallow his own spit. But alas, Mora gives Taffy some money so she can take the cats to a trip to the fair, where we get these 2 lovely shots and a text bubble that seems to hint that Miles straight up whipped his dick out to make it look bigger in the funny mirror. How low self-esteem does he have? We cut over to Mora and Minos, who are at a craft show, and Mora is obviously bitching and moaning because she's got all dressed up for no reason. It's not like she couldn't, have asked Minos where they were going. Anyway, Mora is being her normal super bitchy and oh sweet god will someone please punch her in the fucking mouth self and bitches and moans about everything. It's then loosely hinted at that Minos buys her a porcelain cow. And that's it. That's all we get from that scene. If you're feeling like nothing has happened so far, well, let's move over to these 2 who are enjoying themselves at the fair, having completely forgotten about the 2 girls. Let me just remind you that Sarah and Rachel's plan has thus far only succeeded due to the other characters' complete and utter incompetence. Taffy thanks Miles for paying for the ride tickets and the food, even though to my knowledge, Miles should be without a freaking penny since all his money goes to Taffy. But I guess the writers just forgot about that and were too busy trying not to have more straight up curb stomp baby seals. Back at the farm, Sarah is going to steal the treasure and it's then revealed that the treasure was Mora's slutty outfit. Okay, I truly appreciate that I haven't had to take as many shots this time around as last time, and I guess we can thank Itfox for that. But can something please fucking happen?
It's like watching flies fuck.
It looks like my prayers are answered as Mora and Minos come home and all signs point to Mora straight up having torched the craft show. Anyway, they come home to find Rachel and Sarah and they, for some odd reason, immediately know that they were trying to rob them. This gets Mora so frustrated that she starts to cry. I sure as balls hope we're not supposed to feel sorry for her. Once more, it's Mora we are talking about. Arguably the shittiest character in the entire world of fiction. I mean, I almost said in the exact same breath that Mora had just finished torching an entire fucking craft show. Mora starts whining and no one with the right mind should feel sorry for her. Mora goes on about how she just wanted to be thanked for the work she has done, which from the looks of things has just been standing and hitting on Minos, while everyone else is doing all the actual work. She tells Sarah that she can wear the slutty costume, and apparently Minos finds this very entertaining. Besides, don't you think she looks adorable in those clothes? Seeing an outfit of seduction on an innocent child is very humorous. I think I just threw up in my mouth a little. So all of a sudden, everyone has decided to be super nice to Sarah and Rachel, who totally tried to rob them less than 10 minutes ago. For the second time! It then goes back to Mora crying and saying she's still mad at Minos. For what is everyone's guess, and for some odd dumb as fuck reason, Minos suddenly decides to kiss Mora. I've literally seen more justified kisses in pornos. And huzzah! Suddenly it's the next day. So let me just pull the handbrakes here really fast and direct your attention to this again. 3 writers now. 3 writers. And none of these people seem to know how to construct a freaking story. There's a certain thing when writing a story called a plot point. A plot point is when something happens that drives the story in a different direction. It might still head for the same goal, but something is different when they arrive there. Minos kissing Mora is one of such plot points. Now, a quick pop quiz. What should you do immediately after a plot point? Do you A, make a jelly? You don't fucking skip it is what you fucking do! This is a major thing in the story, and all there is to show for it is one single frame. Imagine if Darth Vader revealed he was Luke's father and the very next time the camera cuts, it's suddenly the next movie. Anyway, it's the next day and Mora is talking with Rachel and Sarah, who they apparently let stay on the farm, despite of them not once, but twice having tried to steal from them. Well, whatever, seeing Mora threatens the 2 orphans to straight out murder them in case they break the rules again. We then move on to the next day where Sarah brings Mora a pot of grass. Oh shit. Oh shit, this is happening! This is really happening! Mora asks Sarah what's that supposed to be, and Sarah explained that it's a bowl of really green grass because cows like grass. Here it comes! And Mora then goes, I'm not a cow! And the comic has officially destroyed itself! Ladies and gentlemen, the comic has officially committed suicide. The narrative has managed to fully and completely destroy itself in one fell fucking swoop. Remember this? Oh, there will be some hard work involved. Some pushing and lifting, plowing and seeding, taking care of the cows. Yeah, taking care of the fucking cows. And seeing its double entendre, it means that Mora is obviously referring to herself as a cow, because she is a cow. But now she's saying she isn't a cow. And this is not a small thing, meaning that they can't keep track of their own fucking lore. This is the exact same problem that Kristen Weston Chandler had, but that was one guy. This comic has 3 writers, so individually, all of these writers are technically worse writers than Kristen Weston Chandler. Drop the mic. Peace. I'm out. People don't seem to understand what my grief with this comic is, and I'm like, I haven't skipped anything that solved my problems. Nor will I. This is the comic. This isn't manipulated in any way for humor or anything. This is seriously how dumb it is. Mora does use Miles to make Minos jealous. Mora does slut herself up to lure in people, and she does say that her breast is her only trait. The comic does have several plot holes, and the comic does change the character's personality at the tip of a hat. You can't negotiate that, that's just cold hard facts. You know, I like to see myself as a simple guy. I don't ask for much, really. I just want a well-constructed story with good art. But what I get is either this or a million requests to do like a daisy. Yes, I'll get to it eventually. Now shut the fuck up. I'm sorry. It's just this comic. We're just barely tickling the butthole of the 100 strips mark, and already this is physically painful to read. I mean, where the fuck do I begin? It has the worst characters in fiction, yes, worse than fucking Lightning from Final Fantasy 13, think about that for a second. It has no likable characters, mostly because they keep changing their persona all the fucking time, and the only thing that is consistent is that they want sex. And while the art is okay, it's by no stretch of the imagination as good as people make it out to be. I mean, the characters are even made so poorly different that I accidentally showed a picture of Mora's mother and not Mora, yet only 2 people commented on it. And who can blame me? They look so alike, it's a wonder that those 2 actually caught it. And before you say that this is because they're family, ask yourself if you look like an identical clone of your parents just with bigger boobs. Making hot women in sexy clothes does not mean your art is amazing. It's passable. If you want it to be great art, give me different angles, different poses, and not just cleavage shots. And will you please, for the love of fucking God, start using punctuation marks? It is literally the first fucking thing you should know when writing a story. And let's not forget the other reason why people read this crap. The sex. This is so obvious, a comic to tease people into wanting the characters to have sex, and thus lure them into either paying money to see that, or to lure them into Catbox and go through their galleries. This comic is basically the webcomics version of EA. But if we start looking at the sex in the comic without thinking of the shady reasons behind it, it's bland and boring. It's so much in your face that you can practically motorboat it. And yes, it looks okay the first 3 times, but then you notice that it's basically the exact same shit over and over again, but done with different characters. I guess we've delayed it for long enough. Here's part 3. The following summer we are getting some measurements of the farm. We are being told that Minos is single-handedly taking care of 18 acres of grown produce. There are 413 unused acres of fertile land, and Miles is in charge of 2 acres, of which he's only producing about 4% of what he actually should. That was a rough fucking page to start on. Okay, where to start? Let's start with Miles only producing 4% of what he actually should. This means that Mora is losing 96% of what she should make just cause she wants Minos. And seeing it's Minos' demand that Miles is there, he's actively sabotaging Mora's farm. Or how about the fact that Mora apparently has a collective of 233 acres of fertile land, not including the space that the farm takes up. And Mora has been able to afford this single-handedly. This is furthermore without the use of electronical equipment to help her with farming. And let's not forget that she now has 5 additional mouths to feed and bathe, plus stuff for procrastination, and clothes for Rachel and Sarah, seeing they are without clothes because they are orphans. There's suspension of disbelief, and then there's just pulling shit out of your ass. No one will be able to afford all of this single-handedly. I fucking hate this comic, why am I even trying? We then see all of the measurements and stuff is set by Rachel, and we look at this tractor while Rachel explains. All of the machinery has fully depreciated and is not functional. Let's return to page fucking 3, where we explained that Mora's parents wanted to be traditional, which seems to hint at them doing everything by hand. So what the fuck is a tractor doing here? Was that the thing that made Mora's parents decide to go with tradition because it suddenly broke down? Oh God, I need something really forced in their humor that's so dumb and doesn't make a lick of sense. And my prayers are answered by Sarah showing up hosing Mora with a water hose.
You're not funny and nobody likes you.
On the next page, Mora explains to Miles that if he wasn't financially bonded to his girlfriend, he'd been out of the farm a while ago. The problem with that is that it's not because of Taffy, she hasn't thrown him out yet, but because of Minos. Anyway, Mora explains to Taffy that she can't pay her this month either, and Taffy says that's alright, because she still has a little left from Miles' pay. So, if we look back at the fact that Miles got Taffy hired instead of working at her old place, Taffy is making even less than before because of him. Speaking of Miles, he then says to Taffy, "Don't worry, babe, we'll be able to get a job at your old place when this train finally wrecks."
You were the one suggesting for her to get this job in the first place, you furry fuck! And it wasn't out of fucking necessity, but just so you could be close to your fucking girlfriend. This sentence makes no fucking sense. I can't believe I can't read one single fucking frame without finding a whole fucking list of shit that's wrong with it.
We move on to Alejandra, who's talking about Mora's farm being in the red, and we see this bar chart. I just, want to point that out in case we might need it in the future. Anyway, for no real reason, Tootsie, yes, that's her actual name, who'd have thunk it, starts hugging Alejandra super tight and says she'll not let go until she says the secret word, which is milk duds.
Quick, we have to end this drill on something funny. What? You don't have anything funny? Fuck, neither do I. Let's just put in a caramel candy from the Hershey Company. Lols will be had, I tell you.
Moving on, Rachel is talking with Minos, who's straight up chucking gophers at max speed into the distance. When asked if he doesn't think that's a little cruel, he replies, "They should be fine." You throw anything that high up, that fast, no, it's not gonna be fine. It's gonna be dead. Super dead. Anyway, Minos hears how bad the economy is for Las Lindas and is somehow shocked by this. When asking Mora about it, she obviously starts talking shit to Minos and kicks him out of her room. When he returns to his room, however, he finds a letter from Alejandra's company, who is willing to pay out of their ass to have him work there. And thus he leaves, probably to go work there where he'll be, appreciated.
And funny, Minos didn't seem to consult Mora about this at all. It's almost like no one fucking does that in this comic!
But then again, if he had done that, we wouldn't be able to get this comic's poor excuse for a dramatic page, where Mora finds out that Minos left. I swear, this is so heavy-handed that the strip is even called Silent Fears. Anyway, Mora flips her shit and smashes her entire dresser, saying that she was in love. No, you weren't. You were horny. Anyway, this is where we see the porcelain cow that Minos waved in Mora's face is broken. Now, this is another half-assed attempt of being deep by trying to use symbolism. I'll give the comic that, yes, this is okay symbolism, but it'd be better if we hadn't just been hinted at that Minos gave this to Mora.
Think about this for a second. We are 81 pages in, and this is the closest thing to a compliment I've been able to give this pile of shit.
Mora decides to sell the farm and thus goes to Alejandra to tell her she'll sell her the farm. That's not done without kicking the door down, however. I gotta admit, Mora's not exactly the best businesswoman in literature. But Alejandra refuses to sell the farm to Mora. Surprise, surfucking-prise. And tells Mora that she's done all of this just to hurt her. Mora is then escorted out where she finds Sarah and Rachel, who followed Mora so she could give some exposition.
I'm gonna put money on the table right now and say it has something to do with Mora fucking someone, or it's a problem that could be easily solved if people just sat down and talked.
So, Mora explains that she used to go to school with Alejandra and they were apparently best buds. Alejandra was clever and honest while Mora was feisty and protective. Anyway, as they grew up, Mora started fucking literally everyone and thus gained the super ability to judge people prematurely. That's when the story is interrupted by Sarah saying how that's gross, and Mora asks how she can look like that and be so innocent.
Mora, it's your outfit. I don't even.
Rachel and Sarah finishes off Mora's story with Mora seducing Alejandra's boyfriend and then eating him. They are, however, immediately interrupted by
Spaceships. Spaceships! Cello, Soulcat, It-Fox, listen to me. The little boy who wrote X-Cup has more consistency with his universe than you do!
I mean, where do I even start with this? First of all, why would you need these things to be able to fly? They are obviously made to demolish buildings where the most basic principle is destroying something and let gravity take care of the rest. There'd never be any reason for these things to fly. Also, how? How can they fly? Where was this technology a few minutes ago when we saw the fucking tractor? But believe you me, it gets even fucking dumber, cause now it turns out that Alejandra is here, in a completely different wardrobe. How the fuck did you get there before them? I know Mora and the others were walking, but surely you'd have to pass them on the way, and you even had time to change your clothes? And then we find out that it's the bank who is there to demolish Mora's home before even giving her an eviction notice or time to gather her possessions from a fucking building. Alejandra then asks the bank, Owl, I guess, what he'd be willing to sell the lot for, and Mora gets pissed because Alejandra is trying to buy the land from under her feet. Which is hooves, but hey, fuck consistency. Mora then goes to beat the stuffing out of Alejandra, who just so happens to have a device that lets her control the machinery to capture her.
These weren't even Alejandra's machines. These came from the old guy. How the fuck can she suddenly control these robots, and why are we suddenly expected to believe this type of device and machinery exists? These guys wouldn't know what a well-constructed story was even if J.R. Martin slapped them with his books.
Also, how exactly can Alejandra control these when we've clearly fucking seen cockpits or whatever the fuck they wanna call them, meaning someone is in there operating these manually? This becomes even more important when the machine is literally choking the life out of Mora.
Choke, choke, choke.
But Minos unfortunately comes and prolongs our misery by saving Mora. They kiss and Mora slaps Minos for leaving her. Before Minos can give us this comic shitty excuse of a good excuse for leaving, they're interrupted by this fucking spaceship landing on their lawn.
Hey, you guys, I think I could actually use a new bicycle or a TV. You think you can pull that out of your ass too?
The main passenger of this golden fucking space cruiser is Amber, the High Prime, or as I like to call her, Deus Ex Machina incarnated. She's come to discuss with Mora and Alejandra that the annual Harvest Festival is drawing near. And she then goes on to say that Alejandra's major company and Las Lindas are the two finalists in this year's harvest. I am intrigued that a little homestead with less than 10 workers has been able to remain on par with the reigning champion for so long.
Las Lindas is so much in the fucking red that they can't even pay back the loan from the bank and they are getting evicted, while Alejandra has a major company and money to help them expand. Also, am I the only one worried about the fact that the cow is in charge of a company that milks other cows?
No, actually, hold up. That's a fucking good point, actually. We haven't seen any animals other than the humanoid ones, and the makers have already stated that the cowgirls lactate from their breasts. So, where the fuck does Alejandra get off on calling Las Lindas a brothel when you got an entire company that's centered around sucking milk out of people's tits? If that is the main profit of an entire organization, then that is more of a brothel than Las Lindas has already managed to be!
Am I even reading the same comic as the people who likes this?
So, Deus Ex Machina asks if they can go inside and have a cup of tea and some cookies after sending Alejandra on her way without paying for the damaged equipment that they caused. Inside, Sarah is curious about Deus Ex Machina's clothing and asks if she's a dancer because of it.
With the same logic, are you then a prostitute, Sarah?
And fucking finally, it's time for some much needed exposition.
Thousands of years ago, there was a civilization that grew in harmony with the gods of legend, the dragon gods. The planet was called Prism, and its inhabitants called themselves the Primes.
They were all big, super rad truck robots.
Basically, the entire story is that the Primes got their shit pushed in by a huge evil emperor, and they fled to planet Earth to hide. Eventually, though, the emperor tracked them down. They fought an epic battle on Earth, and as a result, the Earth straight up blew up. But by the power of poor writing, the gods were able to create a new world from the ashes of the previous blown up one. And that's how humans and furries are now living together.
I gotta be honest, I don't have much of a problem with this origin story. There's some dumb shit here and there, but all in all, it's a story that I can live with.
So, Deus Ex Machina, with no good reason I might add, decides to help Mora by giving her the life of creation. A gift from the fucking gods! She doesn't explain what it is or what it does and gets the hell out of there like any sensible person would. That's when we see this along with the text.
You got some wonderful friends.
Let's just take it from the top then, shall we?
You got Minos, a fickle, stoic and boring bundle of muscles. You got Miles, a sex-depraved, horny, womanizing twat. You got Rachel, a feisty, traitorous thief. You got Taffy, a goody two-shoes, bland character. And you got Sarah, and the less said about this retard in horse clothing, the better. Yes, you are indeed gifted with some special friends. And now, to top it all off, you have a delicate reflection of your soul, being yet another lolicon obnoxious character known as Digit. If she's a reflection of Mora's soul, shouldn't she just be, a black void? Actually, I think the reflection of Mora's soul is symbolized by the fact that Digit is incorporeal. And speaking of which, how come she can't be touched, but we clearly see her moving physical objects? This is made clearly apparent when Digit helps Miles by lifting up Taffy's dress, so he can get a good look underneath. That's when Miles says this lovely line. Prudes like her like to pretend to be shocked, but deep down she liked it about as much as I did. She's happy that I could finally see her, but can't look desperate by showing it. That sounds like something you'd hear in a rapist's testimony. We move on to see Rachel and Minos bonding. Although I'm jealous of him, this is not the first time you changed the subject to him. It's clear to everyone with half a brain who has ever picked up as much as a children's book that the three writers are here trying to ham-fist a love triangle plot into the comic. After straight up snapping Rachel's leg out of its socket, Digit finds Sarah on the roof of the farm, where they decide to help the adults with their jobs. Let's just stop here and look at this for a second. That's not how you do that. You use quotation marks, not apostrophes. Apostrophes means it's a shortening of something. Like when writing it's, the apostrophe is showing that it's a shortening of it is. Why do I constantly find myself in teaching people about their own fucking language? So, after visiting the Microsoft default background and causing Taffy a major allergy attack, Sarah visits Rachel and asks what is T-Hat, which we all know is T-Pain's lesser known cousin who works in a law firm. Anyway, we further establish they ham-fisted in their love triangle and Rachel says a lot of evil shit while the puke-stained Digit happens to hear it. This makes Digit super sad and so Mora finds her sitting on a bench and that's when we get this.
Now doesn't that look familiar? A little kid tries to take on the world but only gets hurt. With no one there to tell her everything's going to be alright. You know what to do.
So are we supposed to feel sorry for Mora? The person who used and abused a guy? The person who burned down a craft show? The person who tricked a guy into working for her and is consistently being physically maimed by her? The person who tried to trick a guy into liking her so she could have a lay with him? And the person who went to a person's company and physically assaulted her? I could go on, but I won't. So Mora and Digit have a little heart to heart and Mora actually starts to take some responsibility. And that's when Digit digivolves and grows bracelets. This is basically ripping off Persona 4's social link in which your persona grows stronger with how close you are to each individual person. I shouldn't have to utter the magnificence that is Persona 4 in the same fucking breath as Les Lindas. So with Digit's new powers she's going to make amends for the pain and suffering she has caused. Oh, trust me, you won't even have time to pour out the shots at this point, so you might as well just drink straight from the bottle. Digit then starts undoing her wrongs, one of which being to poke Rachel's butt, which apparently fixes her hip and removes the bandages that would do literally nothing to heal her. Let's remember for a second that the problem here is a dislocated hip, and with a touch on her ass, it's suddenly fixed, to which Taffy explains, Rach, you're standing on your own! Which she obviously was also doing before. That's when Digit flies up to Taffy, looking all seductive like, and kisses her nose which cures Taffy's allergies and makes her bathrobe fall off which cracks Rachel up. Ah yes, the hilarity that is slightly disheveled clothes. We cut to Mora who's piecing together the porcelain cow right in front of her cleavage. Take a shot. And is ham-fisting in some speech about how mistakes in life can be hard to fix but easy to cause. Meanwhile, Minos is spying, finding this funny, even though he wouldn't have a way of knowing all of this, because this is all in Mora's head. We are then told that Minos fell in love with Mora at that time on the road because she seemed lost. OBJECTION! Because earlier you were explaining to Mora that you were only helping her to find out how she was when her responsibilities were taken away. And you said yourself that you found out that she was a cheap whore out for the easy solution. Minos, you are arguably the most fickle, easy to manipulate bastard I've seen in fiction.
Who's ready for an obligatory sex scene? I'm not.
But alas, fucking does indeed commence, and it's as cheesy as you'd expect when someone tries to talk about sex when imagining it being from a girl's perspective.
Minos was a behemoth, a titan, a god. It was so wonderful that I cried.
After a seemingly much needed fuck, Mora is making waffles at 5 AM in a horny apron.
I'm horny, short for the Horn Reaper. I'm chums with the Dungeon Keeper.
So everyone eats breakfast and Sarah, being the forced clueless character that she is, starts talking about ghosts and asks if anyone else heard all the loud banging last night. Miles says, "Oh yeah, had to be big old ghost to make the bed squeak like that." And Mora devastates Miles by saying,
Unlike someone else I know, this old ghost kept me up all night.
and here I thought Mora was going to be likable for once. Mora then explains to the crew that she intends to win this year's Harvest Festival and that she'll be paying the crew out of her own savings, which we established earlier that she had nothing left of. She'll furthermore be asking the crew to be working 12 hours a day, working weekends and doing a lot of different jobs. She'll furthermore be taking away their holiday bonuses and vacation.
And let's not forget that this is despite there's only 2 people getting paid on the farm. Minos and Taffy.
The next page is Digit explaining just what the heck she actually is, but it's never truly explained why she can't be touched at some points, but at others she can clearly touch and interact with solid matter. In fact, this is made even more confusing when we find out that she's made out of electrical cells. Electrical cells can't transfer through a fucking wooden floor, for example. And then we finally reach the last page for this time. Here we find out how everyone is helping pitching in on working on Las Lindas. Rachel is taking care of calling people through phones, so much for staying to traditional stuff, and Taffy is taking care of the house. Miles works on repairing equipment, again forget the whole traditional thing, and we are told that everyone is basically pitching in and growing into a small family. A family that fucks each other, mind you. And then the strip finishes off with this.
I've said this once before, but it was me calling from my rock bottom. I'm something now, and I'm going to prove it, especially to her. Look out, world, here comes Mora!
Well, fuck.
This is actually a very good page. Really good, in fact. It doesn't waste time on dumb sex shit, and it shows how everyone has grown and stepped up to the task of making Las Lindas succeed. But what really makes it good is the last frame with Mora now in her working clothes, actually working, saying the exact same thing she did when she slaughtered herself up. By showing her saying the exact same thing in the exact same way, it becomes so much more obvious that she's grown as a character and started to take responsibility. So, yeah, I may shit on the comic because Lord knows there's a lot to shit on, but this is, when push comes to shove, a really good page.
Boy, I can't wait for them to fuck this up. You might be wondering how am I able to write these reviews and publish them so fast when all my previous videos came out with almost months apart. The truth is that I really just read these comics and the jokes more or less write themselves. You might think I've done nothing but giving this comic the hard end of my reviewing stick, but frankly, my gloves are still very much on. This is just what happens when you read this comic and use a mixture of critical thinking and logic.
What the fuck?
I've not even talked about how Mora is the worst Mary Sue ever. So I will. Mora is this top-heavy cunt who uses and abuses, blackmails and treats everyone like dirt, and still everyone wants to help her. She does nothing to earn anyone's affection, but still receives it. Like, think about it. What have you seen thus far that make anyone like her? Heck, the entire freaking comic is centered around pleasing Mora and make her come up on top with everything she does. The freaking writers have even stated outright that no lasting misfortune will ever befall Mora. Thanks for keeping the tension up, guys. I've not even addressed that I still don't know what kind of comic this is. Like, comedy? Drama? Slice of life? If you Google Les Linders, it says that it's a slice of life comic with both comedy and drama within it. Slice of life comics are, however, used for real life representations, being stuff we can identify with, which is kind of hard when you got spacecrafts and magic. It's not drama because you don't care about anyone enough to be emotionally invested in anyone to root for them, and it's not a comedy either because I've literally read better jokes in a cookbook. Literally. I've not even mentioned how Alejandra may be the main antagonist, but she's easily the most likable character in the entire thing. She's a girl who has worked hard to get to where she is now, with her only goal being revenge on a girl who stole her love away. She has not degraded herself, she's kept her chin up and always taken the hard route to get to where she is. While Mora has literally only managed to keep her farm because the writers like her more. If you're disagreeing with me here, please let me know. Why am I wrong? What's good about this? I'm not seeing it. Really? You might think I'm giving this comic a hard time and being a huge shit about it, but I've been going so easy on this. I could have taken so many easy part shots on this comic. I could have gone into every single flaw it has. I could dissect every single dumb thing this comic has to offer. But I don't. When I said these writers were individually worse than Christian Weston Chandler, I meant it. At least Christian could have drama. At least he would put his protagonist in a bind. But just because this is made with better art and more people like it, we are suddenly supposed to forgive and forget. Some little shit stain has even said I'm doing webcomics a big disservice by giving this comic crap. But the moment poorly written garbage like this gets acknowledged as good writing, then that's more of a disservice to other aspiring writers. When shit like this, Diablo 3 and the new Star Wars movies are considered good writing, then people need to increase the standards. But apparently it gets better from here on out, and I freaking hope so. It's not like it could get much worse. We continue the drinking marathon that is Les Linders by explaining what the new and improved Digit is doing for the farm. Apparently she has the ability to protect the crops from diseases. She can tell when the crops are being over or underwatered and can give them warnings when things are going bad. She furthermore helps Miles and Minos by installing advanced technical equipment on the farm. In everything shitty, there's gotta be something you like. Like, I can appreciate the art, and hey, when it tries to be hot, it can be. One of the things I liked was more trying to show that she could manage a farm without technical equipment and sticking to tradition. It kind of gave a small nudge to how we had grown dependent on the convenience of technological equipment in our daily life. That is of course until right the fucking minute Digit here comes in and ruins the entire fucking thing. I mean, for fuck's sake, now the fucking place is even more technological than Alejandra's business is. At least we're given a nice shot of the characters standing under the sign that says Les Linders, and once more, nailing in the fact that these characters have grown together as a family to make this succeed. It's kinda sad that so far 2 of the only 3 compliments I've been able to give this comic is of the exact same thing. It's finally the day of the festival, and everyone is getting dressed up. How everyone can afford all these dresses is everyone's guess, but I won't dwell on it. Taffy explains how she gave Mora's mom's dress some few touches here and there to spice it up. What she did was quite literally nothing besides giving Mora a scarf. That's it. Rachel doesn't want to go, and the argument lasts for a whole entire page before Sarah, who totally acts like a real 17-year-old I might add, gives Rachel the puppy eyes. And you know, I kinda like these dresses. They're simple and pretty. Not as slutty and revealing as you'd expect from this comic. Before they go, however, Digit says she has a gift to all the girls from her big sister, which is obviously to change the dresses into the hottest fashion enchanted dresses on the market that apparently cost a fortune.
That's the life of a Mary Sue. Nobody likes your stories but you.
And everyone gets one. Obviously first after singling Mora out. So, after taking the nice and simple dresses and fucking them over to Final Fantasy clothes, Digit then apparently has the ability to teleport, and she teleports the crew to the heart of Gossamer, the inner halls of the city tower.
Which begs the question, if the Harvest Festival is taking place inside the inner halls of the city tower, how did everyone else get there? Can they be teleported as well? Do they too have a gift from the fucking gods? And is teleportation now also a normal thing that people can do? Anyway, that's when we meet this thing, which is apparently Digit's sister, and you can almost feel how much these people wanted her to exclaim One-chan instead of Big Sis.
Also, the mention of mothers and sisters to Digit, that doesn't make any fucking sense.
Hey shitbirds, guess what? If you say Digit is a reflection of Mora's soul, then she shouldn't have any siblings or family, unless Mora's siblings or family had similar things like Digit. And if she isn't created from Mora's soul, but her personality just changes accordingly to how the wielder of Digit acts, then Digit will never serve the purpose she was put into the comic by the creators for, which is to show Mora's inner innocent child. Basically, what it boils down to is that Digit cannot both be Mora's innocent child and have not been created from Mora's soul. And if she's created from Mora's soul, she cannot have family or siblings.
It's like, I'm sitting here, I'm reading this, and I think about it for a little more than 5 minutes, and then this is what happens. Did these guys ever consult their ideas with someone with any sort of logic thinking, or were they just too busy circle jerking?
So Digit's big sister Sunji guides the group, I don't know, further inside, further outside. Where the fuck are we? You'd think with this amazing art we'd have background of some sort to help us establish where we are. Anyway, she guides the group and Tuffy and Rachel are talking about all the stuff that has been going on since Minos went missing. And they are speculating what Minos and Deus Ex Machina's relationship were before. I'm gonna cut the tension right here and say my money is on them fucking. With this comic, that's an easy bet. Apparently all the lights go out and suddenly BAM! Without knowing it, Mora is on top of a stage with spotlight on it outside and everyone is going, "Did you see that dress? Nice. She's so pretty. What an entrance. Wow!"
That's the life of a Mary Sue.
Let me count the ways how this doesn't make any sense. First of all, are we supposed to take it that the spotlight is what lit up the darkness before? What about the clearly starlit sky? Where does the spotlight come from? What is the spotlight attached to? Seeing it's outside. Did Mora not hear the crowd before? Was everyone in on it? What they have done if they didn't stop Mora before she reached the stairs? Why is no one but Mora up there when we saw her walk arm in arm with Minos next to Miles behind Sarah? Did they leave? If so, how did they know this was gonna happen? Were they warned? If so, why wasn't Mora? How was the others warned when Mora wasn't?
I know writers who could fart on paper and have that be a better page than this.
And seeing Mora was the second special guest, obviously that means that Alejandra is there as well. And boy oh boy did there go a lot of double-sided tape into that outfit. Don't you think it's funny that I've been blessed with far better form, yet have not degraded myself to your level? Alejandra then reveals that the one she was referring to earlier when saying she won him over was Edward, the obvious self-insertion into the comic of Ed Fox. Edward explains that he doesn't know what's going on, but he's still for Mora's, and Alejandra is furious over the fact that Mora doesn't give two shits about Edward.
Yeah, you black-hearted witch. Only little did you know that it was completely one-sided. Edward's been more of a stalker than anything else, and as far as I care, you can keep him.
And we get this little chibi picture of Edward.
Crushed hearts are hilarious.
We move on to Rachel, who is hunting down Sarah, and we are told how Rachel doesn't want them to be out in the open, because then they would get caught. You would think this would have been a conversation they would have before going to the party, or during the time where Sarah was doing the puppy dog eyes on Rachel. Speaking of which, the comic does the exact same joke it did back then, with Rachel having done a long, serious speech, and then Sarah dismissing it immediately afterwards.
A joke is only funny if you can't see it coming from a mile away. Or in this case, when you can see it coming from a mile away, and it's as funny as reading an obituary.
Enter this guy, Randall, who wants to dance with Sarah and her sudden missing nose. When Rachel refuses to let her out of her sight, she then accompanies the two to go out dancing. Talk about being the third wheel. And so they go dancing. Sarah seems to be a perfect dancer, while Rachel seems to be dancing like a drunk narcoleptic girl with Parkinson's and crutches.
And so this is probably the best time to talk about targeting your audience.
Do you know why there's not a pie to the face joke in Breaking Bad? Or a school shooting in Winnie the Pooh? That's because those writers, unlike these guys, know what and who their audience is. Breaking Bad is for the adult people, and so its contents are targeted towards the adult audience. Stuff such as drugs, murder, money laundering, and a life of crime are all told to the audience in a way that the audience gets, and maybe even has to work a little to find out. With Winnie the Pooh, however, well, it's a kids show. There's nothing that would shock a kid, nor make them question their own mortality, and the jokes aren't about life after death and politics either. When we keep that in the back of our minds and look at Les Linda's, you got a comic here that has the themes of sex, drinking, violence, eviction, and more sex, which are all adult themes. Yet then you get these childish jokes and ways of portraying stuff that can actually feel kind of insulting for a more mature audience. It's so obvious that the creators of this comic never really sat down and thought who their story was for, nor what they are trying to do with this comic, but instead just thought they'd try to hit as many people as possible.
It's a lot like the recent DashCon fiasco, having both a panel called BDSM 101 and a freaking ball pit at the same con for the same people. I'm not saying that these guys are incredibly poor writers. Oh, wait. That's actually exactly what I'm saying.
So after the catastrophe that is Rachel dancing, Randall and Sarah try to excuse for Rachel's inability to dance. That's when the cuddly romantic song comes on and Sarah pushes Rachel against Randall, who goes, "Relax, you're in good hands," and also the most amazing chest push known to man. So, I gotta admit, I'm kinda pleasantly surprised that we get to focus so much more on someone that's not our dear Mary Moo, Moore. But wouldn't you know it, Moore quite literally comes in and steals Randall away from Rachel as they are slow dancing, not even bothering to wait till the song is over.
I'm sorry, but the test was positive. You're a basic bitch.
Moore asks if Randall doesn't recognize his little wife anymore, and that's when Randall finally realizes that it's Moore. What then follows is several lines of Randall just exclaiming how Moore is the hottest thing since Christy Mack, but hey, that's the life of a Mary Sue. Now it's time we check in on Miles, or maybe one of his identical twins, seeing he's taken another drastic personality change. Now he's in full-on dick mode. He's explaining how he has danced with so many girls that he has lost count, and Taffy apologizes for not being much of a dancer. "Not much of anything fun when you think about it, really, but I still love you in a way, I guess."
Oh my god, punch him.
"You've been avoiding me, and all I need you to do is show me you care as much as I do. What do you say to catching up on lost time back in your room after we get back?"
Punch him!
And then Miles cops a feel of Taffy's breasts under her dress with the sentence, "Come on, don't you love me?" To which Taffy is having a hard time answering. This gets Miles super pissy and he says, "Yeah, well I'm not afraid to say what's on my mind. I want sex. Sex is intimacy. Sex is fun. You treat me like I'm some kind of terrible person because I say that, but that's a part of having a girlfriend. You screw her."
Punch the fuck out of him!
Taffy then replies with how she doesn't even know Miles and she moved in too fast, which is true, and goes on about how she wanted to know Miles more before getting intimate with him. That's when Miles finishes up with saying that he'd bet that Taffy was only hanging on for the money.
She's living off from savings, Miles. There is abso-fucking-lutely no possible way that she could be making any less than she is making now. So Taffy, will you please, for the love of fucking God, punch him!
Taffy is in complete disbelief and says it almost feels like Miles is calling her a whore. And Miles finishes off with saying he is indeed calling her a whore. You know, the only girl thus far that has shown a little restraint.
You keep using the word. I do not think it means what you think it means.
Taffy finally loses her shit and says they are through after throwing the punch in Miles' face.
That's not what I meant when I said that you should punch him, and you fucking well know it!
We cut to Itward, who sits by himself being super sad. That's when these two appear. Now, let's imagine for a second that I don't have a huge problem with there suddenly being two small slutty fairies and we are just expected to roll with it and instead talk about what one of them says.
Enlighten us to the source of your lamentation, great artist.
Oh yes! Stroke that ego so good girl, yeah!
Apparently these two slutty fairies are Itward's muses, known as Din and Jin. They convince Itward not to give up on his hopes for Mora's affection, and Itward exclaims that it's time to do something epic. We have to wait to see what that is, however, as we cut to Mora dancing with Minos, but just as they are about to kiss, Alejandro cuts in asking for people's attention. That's when Mora says,
"She did that on purpose, I'm sure."
Yeah! Sucks when someone ruins your tender moment with someone, doesn't it, you dumb freaking bitch?
What Alejandro cut in for is simply because apparently before someone can get the prize, they have to go up on stage and do a speech. That is code speak for get on stage and shit talk your opponent, it would seem, and say how hyped you are. Apparently, Alejandro thinks she's pretty hype and she constantly compliments herself and says how she's so super sure to win.
Basically, this is just like every teenager competition movie where the poshy rich #1 team only talks about winning and acting like hot shit. Guys, your comic is at this point at the same height as High School Musical.
Continuing the teenager competition movie trope, now it's Mary Moo's turn to get on stage and do her speech. All she basically says is how she doesn't care much about winning cause she has already won her boyfriend and her friends and the family she has on the farm.
Boo! Play Freebird!
Then she continues to the better woman bullshit where she basically asks Alejandro if they can be friends again.
Oh fucking eat my dick.
I can get behind Mora turning a new leaf and becoming a more friendly person, but now she's made a complete character shift. And it's so sudden. You don't get the gradual change at all. Now she's just basically Jesus Christ incarnated. Anyway, Deus Ex Machina steps on stage and says,
"Be it Mora's determination or Alejandro's ambition, a winner was not clearly in sight. Until now."
And the winner is?
And you'll have to wait till next time to figure that out. Remember to pledge on my Patreon and I'll see you guys at the next webcomic release. Take care.
And Justin Finch Fletchley too. That's the life of a Mary Sue.
It's a fucking tie!
I'm sorry. What?
A tie! Which basically makes Deus Ex Machina's comment about it being easy to find a winner a lie, seeing there's no winner if it's a freaking tie. Also, fucking how? Look at this chart. You can't even see Las Lindas because the farm is so shit. And now it's up there having a tie with the best farm in Gossamer? How? There's no way they'd be able to turn it around so much that they are able to equally compete with a major freaking company. Especially when there's only 3 people on the farm doing actual farm work. Even Alejandra is calling bullshit all over this bitch's face and says that this is a sacred event and Deus Ex Machina can't just change the rules whenever she feels like it.
Hey bitch, are you not seeing fucking Mary Sue over there? If she lost, that would be good writing, and we can't very well fucking have that now, can we?
Deus Ex Machina then explains,
"Your business may be large, but it is no longer expanding. And Mora's enterprise may have so little, but it is leagues ahead of what it used to be."
This is the fucking dumbest! Alejandra tried to expand her company by buying Las Lindas, but Deus Ex Machina stopped her. And Las Lindas being leagues ahead of what it used to be, how the fuck is that fair? Just be super shitty all up to one point and then call in all your favors all at once? Also, need I remind you that Mora is having a farm where only 2 people are actually paid and not getting vacations and working weekends. How is that not taken into consideration when coming up with these bullshit rules? She has freaking illegal workers on her farm. How is she not disqualified?
This is terrible! Terrible! There's only so many ways I can tell you guys that these writers sucks ass! You could literally make a better story by not writing a single letter or draw a single frame!
On the next page, the creators seem to have suddenly remembered that women have nipples.
I just so happen to know that women have tape or pads to avoid stuff like that happening, and that it's apparently terrible agony if you don't. But hey, fan service! That plot! To further rub salt into the wound, Deus Ex Machina asks the two if they are okay with this. Marimu is obviously super cool with this, seeing she's basically receiving a freaking half victory simply for being more loved by the writers. Tootsie stops Alejandra for flipping her tits and says that if she complains, she will be disqualified. She will be disqualified for questioning the super biased judge, but Mora having underage and illegal workers on a farm and not giving them vacation is the freaking recipe for success. Marimu in the meantime says she just wants to talk and work stuff out with Alejandra, and Deus Ex Machina confirms that if Alejandra does indeed complain, she'll be disqualified, and Mora will be the sole winner. Basically, Alejandra is being given a shit and she has to eat it, and she better fucking enjoy it. Alejandra, being the only likable character thus far, does what everyone would and gives the judges the shit they deserve for being super biased and treating her unfair. Itwood, in the meantime, uses this time to exact his epic revenge, which is to give Alejandra bunny ears. Bunny ears! The epic thing you're going to do is bunny ears. Bunny ears! In a world where there are actual bunnies with real fucking bunny ears! Oh my fucking god! This comic isn't even published as a book, so it can't even be used as good kindling. Moving on, cause we are almost at the end now. Tootsie pulls Itwood away and accidentally yanks off Alejandra's dress right there on the stage. Quickly disregarding that, Deus Ex Machina continues telling that they will indeed review the judging, but Mora has won this festival fairly. No! She didn't! She literally just won cause the judges are bullshit, the comic is horribly written, and Alejandra didn't take the shit sitting down! Deus Ex Machina reveals that she did indeed pull some strings to get Marimu in the tournament, and she did it because she apparently had or has a thing for Minos. So much for winning this shit fairly. We move on to the only thing I'd less see than Marimu winning, which is Miles being super butthurt because he now believes he's going to get fired for no reason. In fact, why are you pissed? You guys won! Now you might actually get paid. But hey, this is what Idiot thinks is drama, so let's just roll with it. Miles bumps into Taffy and they talk. Taffy apologizes for throwing the punch in his face and says how they can work this out. Miles doesn't want to, however, because he'd always be wondering if he'd be good enough for her, wondering if one more date or one more bouquet of flowers would earn him the love he needs. That's when Taffy says, "I'm allergic to flowers. If you ever got me any, you would know that. That's why I agreed to work on a farm." Shortly after, Minos comes up to Miles and uppercuts him, saying he needed that and wishes him better luck next time. This shouldn't be Minos doing this. Minos has nothing to do with this. Minos should stay the fuck out of this. This is not his beef, and he shouldn't meddle with it. As much as I want to see Miles in pain and agony, this is somehow not satisfying, cause Minos has nothing to do with this. We then move on to Mora just straight up hiring Randall, just like that. No setup or anything, she just does that. And Randall says yes because I guess he had nothing better to do. They are, however, interrupted by Itwood here, wishing to talk with her alone. That's when Marimu says that she's gotta admit that it was ballsy of Itwood to put that witch in her place, even though while on stage, she acted like they were the best buddies and she wanted them to get along. And there is another thing we can add to our ever-expanding list of shit that's wrong with Mora. Being two-faced. Anyway, because I guess someone screamed loud enough in the comment section, now Itwood has to work at the farm as well, to add some more man meat. If you can call whatever this floppy bastard is a man, that is. That's when we find out that Digit apparently can see the slutty fairies and no one else can. seeing it's only the people the fairies chooses that can see them. How I would have loved for this to be introduced properly, but the assholes of Cello, Soulcat and Itfox seems to be ever expanding with the amount of stuff they are pulling out of it. And so this chapter ends with everyone looking up in the sky and someone has apparently found Sarah and her boobs, which they were looking for. Okay. Okay. Show of hands. Who of you said that this was going to be better after part 3? You will have to form a straight line over here, and I will personally, one by one, slap the shit out of you for lying. Yeah, come on. Don't be shy. Yeah, that's fine. What? What? It was going to get better? Yeah, look at me. Yeah, it was going to be... Fuck you! Fuck more! Fuck you! Dumb hole up! Fuck you!
She, of course, explains this while broking it up. And so this is where I want to introduce you guys to Las Linda's suicidal drinking game. The rules are simple. Every time something is super sexy for no reason at all, you take a shot. So, bottoms up. Bad idea. Return to Las Lindas, where the little digitalized, puke-stained digit is in hot pursuit of Din and Jin, Edward's muses. While explaining how she can't seem to expose them to everyone else, we're being shown Randall and Sarah play ball, and Edward and Taffy playing D&D. I guess if you already got the high prime kissing your ass because these 3 people couldn't write a good story to save their own life, you might as well not work at all. Taffy is, in the meantime, nailing home the beaten housewife syndrome by wearing a shirt that quite literally asks people to hit her in the stomach. I guess Miles just left a hole that needed to be filled. A poor choice of words when coming to Las Lindas, I know. We then move on to see Miles working out in the hopes to be able to be a rival to Minos. Let's just stop here for a minute and talk about something completely different. I keep bringing up Itfox, and frankly, I may have worded it poorly and people seem to think I'm blaming him for all the shit that's going on in the comic. I don't. To me, Itfox feels like a dude who's jumped into a sinking ship and is trying to throw out water with the help of a fork. The reason why I brought him up is also because Edward is the most obvious self-insertion of the 3 writers. So now, let's talk about the second self-insertion, Soulcat. Now I know you may be thinking that it can't possibly be Miles. I mean, Miles is a total shitbag with no redeeming qualities, who has the mind of a 5-year-old when it comes to women, and is about as appealing as a movie marathon of Twilight. But oh yes, this is Soulcat, and just for reference, this is Cello. Why am I bringing that up? Oh, you'll see. Would it really be so hard to come up with a story that you are not a part of? I mean, I can't seriously come up with one good reason for you to be in this comic. We move on to Din and Jin, who's gotten out of their festival clothes. This is obviously because someone didn't like the design of their dresses before, seeing now they are wearing clothes more closely resembling a cocktail dress. They are talking about how their main goal is to bring Edward and Mora together, but not before Din mentions how she actively tries to show as much cleavage as possible, for absolutely no reason. They then talk about writing Sarah, who so gracefully has gotten one of the few sound effects of the comic, to point out how much her boobs jump around as she walks into Edward's room. This is obviously just so either Din and Jin can say they want to write Sarah any day. The reason why I say that is because why would they need a lift from Sarah when we have quite literally seen them fly?
And even if that was just a mistake and they can't fly, why don't they just walk? Edward and Taffy are playing D&D and they introduce it to Sarah. This is just so she can be even more obnoxious later on. Like, for example, Rachel asks Sarah to trade with her in raking in leaves, and Sarah talks a bunch about D&D stuff that confuses the heck out of Rachel, and thus she threatens to throw Edward into a well. If we dissect this page a little, how come there are so many leaves out there when it's clearly summer? And what's Rachel so pissed about? I mean, Sarah has finally gotten herself a hobby. But yeah, how dare she enjoy herself? Also, in case you haven't noticed it, there's a ton of more shots to be taken this time around. We move on to Randall doing the only thing he's been doing in this comic so far, which is to sing Mora high praises. He goes on to say how the whole farm is happy and alive again, that it's the perfect home and a model business. My job is so easy when this comic makes the jokes for me. Let's start with the perfect home. No. How can it be when you work where you live? Furthermore, you have a newly broken up couple living together. Shit, you even have a former couple living together where one of them is clearly still aiming for more and a third guy is super touchy-feely with her as well. This is like a fucking train wreck just waiting to happen. And the model business? Shall we just take it from the top? Illegal workers, only 2 people getting paid, no vacation, working weekends, abusive work environment, and your boss is a total cow. And the spawn of Satan. Anyway, after getting a shot down Mora's cleavage, Randall asks to see Mora's dead mother, Diana. That's when we are supposed to have this sad, sappy moment where they talk about how miserable Diana was before she died, and we are told that Randall was probably the only person there for her in the hour of need. Yet a fucking again establishing how huge a cunt Mora is. But hey, this is a touching scene. It gives exposition and it's not dumb, silly or about sex, and it has the potential to lead Les Lindas into more than what it currently is. But of course it's immediately being shut down by Sarah trying to find her birthday presents. You know, cause she needs to be 18 so they can get away with showing her having sex. I will bet you any amount of money that that's the one reason why Sarah is turning 18 now. Sarah then continues to scavenge the farm for her birthday presents, but everyone is hiding it from her, which we clearly see at the end of every page. This is such a wasted opportunity, and just shows how other shit these writers are. Had the comic given the readers, as well as Sarah, the idea that they really had forgotten her birthday, and not shown us that they are obviously having planned something huge, it'd make the eventual reveal that they did indeed remember it so much more impactful. Hey Soul Cat Knit Fox, listen up. You might actually learn something. A character in a comic is not just a figure. It's not just an actor on a stage. It's a medium between the story and the reader. The reason why you learn at the same time as the protagonist in a murder story who the murderer is, it's so you can feel the shock of the reveal along with the character. The more you can feel like the character, or that you're standing next to the character, the more you break down the wall between reality and fiction. And the more you break down that wall, the higher stakes you got in what's going on, and you will be more invested in the various emotions happening in the story. Or to put it in words that you may understand, that's the reason why you have POV porno. But oh my god, what a shock! It turns out they did indeed remember Sarah's birthday. I know. Who the fuck would have thunk it? They sing Sarah her birthday song and then comes the presents. Need I remind you that Les Lindas was so much in the red that they were getting evicted from the farm, that Taffy had to live off from savings, and the only real income they have had are the prize money from cheating at the fair. Keep that in mind as Sarah gets this iPod, this watch, and this fishing rod, all super expensive, as pointed out by Sarah herself. And so Miles is once more acting like a womanizing ass licker. Edward points out that he didn't have a lot of money, which no one had, and so he made Sarah a wooden whistle, as inspired by one of his own novels. How stuck up your own ass can you possibly be? Apparently the wooden whistle is from a story where the main character was a poor girl who only had that one whistle. Therefore she would only play with that and thus got so good at playing it that she'd summon spirits and learn magic. That's where we cut to Din and Jin straight up ripping off Pinky and the Brain.
I think so, Brain. But where are we gonna find a duck in the hose at this hour?
It's not referencing or parodying if you're using the exact same sentence, you idiots!
Taffy and Moore's present for Sarah is to take her out shopping, which she obviously more than happily agrees to. Even Rachel tags along. Need I remind you that the crux of drama at the beginning of the farm festival was that Rachel didn't want them to be out in the open, and now they are, without any quarrels, going to a place where there will easily be more people than at the festival.
Guys, consistency, it's really not that hard. You go back, you reread your shit, and then you write on. You don't just write whatever the fuck you want, jerk yourself off, and ban people from your forums who points this shit out.
There are some inconsistencies in your story. Like every fucking thing that you said.
And so they go shopping, and hilarity ensues.
Hilarity.
Once more, let me pull the handbrakes, because it seems like it can ruin the entire comic by doing so. Randall is on several occasions hinted at as being gay, giving him obvious female stereotypical traits like loving to shop and using the same shampoo as Taffy. There'll be more later on, but I just want you to keep that in mind. Anyway, because these pages seem to take little to no work to do, Cello has taken the time to create them a logo. Very nice. Anyway, we move on to Rachel and Sarah playing with a Wii, getting what seems like the entire store to come and cheer them on.
But Rachel clearly didn't want them to be noticed, obviously because someone is out to get Sarah, which, I might add, will not be touched upon ever again because the writers were too busy coming up with dumb shit like this.
Now, I know what you're thinking. When will this shitpile steamroll forward and destroy more literature as we know it? Beats the shit out of me. Let's look at them shop some more. They now want to buy Sarah some clothes. Taffy, Rachel, and Moore takes turns in dressing Rachel up, ignoring the fact that she wants to pick her own clothes. That's when Moore drops this lovely line.
She's 18. She's gotta start advertising while she still has the goods.
Bitch, now that you're 18, you better start using that cooch to earn me some moolah. What kind of fucking example is that?
Sarah gets enough and yells at the freak that she'll pick her own clothes, and then runs off without finding any clothes whatsoever. I guess we very well can't have her abandon her slut outfit just yet, now can we? But I guess I can sort of get behind Sarah's wishes of wanting to be her own person and not be constantly controlled by Rachel. It's a good wish, but coming from a girl who seems to be in dire need of a napkin and a biker helmet, it's not a good idea. As proven by her wanting to now get a boyfriend, and she's getting the idea while looking at Miles.
If you're thinking I should get a boyfriend and Miles is even remotely close to be in your field of view, you need to go and find whatever strong cleaning chemicals you can find and then pour them directly onto your brain.
Anyway, Sarah cashes in her birthday present she got from Miles, which is to go on a date with him. And they go out for sushi and...
Why is there Hinomaru in the background?
Why is there an obvious Japanese flag hanging there? Didn't we establish earlier that this is not Earth? You could have put in anything, but you chose to put in a flag that would hint that this was the real world, which you earlier proved that it wasn't. How is it even fucking possible to have so little consistency? I mean, you'd have to actually try. Any fucking way. Miles knows that something is up, and who can blame him when no one in their right mind would date a creep like this shit stain? Sarah complains that Rachel is treating her like she's 8 years old.
No fucking wonder when you act like you're 8 years old.
So Miles goes from being this super smug asshole who even calls Sarah out on being a dumb ditzy brat to a much more sincere and almost sad and pathetic Miles. He gives Sarah some dumb advice that really doesn't need all of this just to say, do what you have to do, just don't be a dick while doing it. Oh, and yes, this is Miles saying this. He then goes on to say, if you want to try again later, we'll do this date right. But I can't just use you like this knowing you're unhappy. Even though I'd really like a girlfriend right now.
Am lonely, so that's why I need a girlfriend.
So Sarah thanks Miles for his guidance and asks that he takes care of Rachel while she figures this whole thing out. This is so obvious foreshadowing that I won't say what it is foreshadowing, seeing you guys aren't idiots. You know where this is going.
especially when Miles says he won't be interested in taking care of her unless she puts out, and Sarah says she does. They part ways and Miles talks to himself, saying how that felt nice and that might be a reason to stay at the farm, though booty is still high up on the list, which he claims is Rachel's main feature. Let's just forget her protective nature, her sporty look, her athletic build, her maturity, her number crunching, or most importantly, her complete and utter hate for Satan's little helper, Mora. Sarah tracks down Randall, who waited out in front of the dressing room, and asks him to help her find an outfit. And she actually manages to find an outfit that doesn't suck. Rachel flips her tits over the fact that Randall was in there with Sarah, probably because she worded it like this:
Papi helped me pick them out. Rand's a wizard when you get him in the dressing room with you.
I'm gonna need something much stronger for this. Moore is proud that they managed to complete the shopping trip without any major disasters. And you know how I kinda like Sarah's new clothes? Most of all because they aren't as slutty? Well, seeing that this is Les Linda's, it's hard to take a step forward without taking a giant step backwards, as proven by Digit now having a far tighter fitting dress and even what seems like a chest bulge. Speaking of taking a step forward and then a giant step back, let's look at this. Wouldn't this be great just as it is? Especially with the fin thing there at the bottom, giving you the forlorn hope that this train wreck is finally over. Well, don't worry, this is immediately ruined by Sarah's monologue.
You know, guys, I don't think you ever gonna top this. I never had a birthday party before, but this year I got everything I could ever want. No way are we gonna run away now, Rach. I'm going to stay with my new, happy family forever.
Who says you can't buy love? Plus, what a flaccid chapter. And what a fucking boring ending. The next chapter begins with Taffy and Mora talking. Because this comic is written by dudes who never grew out of their teenage state of minds, Taffy can't function without some dicking, and thus she wants to start dating again. And so she asks Mora, arguably the worst freaking person to ask for dating tips. I mean, shall we remember for a minute that she screwed a dude to make a guy who didn't give a fuck about Mora jealous? Mora immediately displays her dumb idiotic lack of expertise to share with Taffy, as she immediately suggests nailing one of the 3 that are currently working on the farm. One is head over heels for Mora, for unexplainable reasons. One is an obvious gay dude, and the third is Taffy's dickhead of an ex, Miles. I don't think Mora could have given her any worse advice, even if she suggested for Taffy to just straight up have a relationship with an inanimate slipper. Taffy is apparently so desperate for some dicking that she's willing to settle. Seeing she can't have Edward cause he's crazy about Satan, and she can't have Miles because he's the furry persona of a guy who has the same mindset as Elliot Roger, and so she might as well settle with Randall. Why not someone not on the farm? I mean, the law that prevents people who work together to be in a relationship is kind of there for a reason. Anyway, Mora says they'll make Taffy look like a single lady, which obviously entails slotting her up, because you can't look hot without showing a ton of skin. Hey dick butts, guess what? This can be hot too! So the night turns out horrible, and once more, credit where it's due. Some of the things the guys say here are really funny. But don't worry, we're right back on the shit track as they return home untriumphant, and Mora goes to sleep. She walks into her room and strips out of her dress. Wait a minute. Oh God, please tell me Charlotte doesn't honestly believe that a dress is made out of a top and a bottom. I mean, look at this. You can see that right here it's connected at the waist. That this is, in fact, one piece of clothing. But here, Mora is clearly wearing a skirt. Anyway, in the interest of moving along, let's move on to a different problem I have with this. Mora has thrown off her top part of her dress, and inside Edward is waiting for her. Shouldn't Mora be used to this by now? Shouldn't she be a little more careful? When I lived together with just one of my friends, I was nervous to as much as take my shirt off, and here Mora is straight up rigging off the top part of her dress without checking if anyone is inside her room. And she's living with 8 other people. How uncareful can you be? Excuse me while I go into the nearby minefield and jump around on my pogo stick. But yeah, Edward is waiting for Mora, who immediately kicks him out, to which Edward says, "Yikes, must be her time of the month." Because a girl can't be mad and hate your guts without her being on her period. It couldn't possibly have anything to do with you being an obnoxious fucking dickhead. Anyway, Sarah finds Edward and wants to ask him some stuff. Looking at her outfit, I think we all know where this is heading. I mean, what? You thought I was joking when I said that they only pushed Sarah into becoming 18 so she could have sex? Have you not been paying attention to these writers' thought process at all? And lo and behold, Sarah is laying her moves on Edward harder than an 86 hit combo in Killer Instinct. However, with about as much finesse and subtlety as, well...
Oh, I don't know.
But hey, time to reuse the same story device as earlier, where the double entendre is purposely misleading and instead Sarah just wants Edward here to help her write. The 18-year-old with the mentality of a 5-year-old wants to write a story. Don't show the picture, Christian. Din and Jin then explains that this is all part of their devious scheme to get Edward together with someone other than Mora. A noble goal indeed. They then drop the magic flute near Sarah and she starts playing, and Din and Jin then shows up in Sarah's whole outfit. What? You thought this outfit was just gonna up and leave? F that noise! Obviously, because Sarah has the mind of a kid who's been huffing paint for 3 years, she immediately believes that Din and Jin are the magical spirits that will teach her about magic. Sarah wishes for Rachel to not be lonely and for Mora to not having to worry about her house anymore. Well, that was easy, seeing the first wish is already granted before asking, seeing Deus Ex Machina is so far up Mora's ass that Mora can pick her nose with her tongue. Well, nevertheless, Din and Jin explains to Sarah that the magic comes at a price and that she has to do something for them first. But hey, it's been a while since an obligatory boob shot. The sex in this comic is basically like the pain from getting a tattoo. At first you can really feel it, but as time goes on you care for it less and less until you eventually reach a point where you can't feel it anymore. And that's when you have to stop. But yes, once more we are supposed to be distracted from how batshit poor these guys' writing is. It's basically like a Michael Bay movie at this point, but instead of covering up their plot holes with explosions, they are instead covering them up with, well, this. Or rather these. Also, Mora's nibbles seems to be so pointy at this point she could practically engrave badminton trophies with them. Anyway, Mora is posing because Minos now wants to paint, because remember, this is Cello. All the while, Mora is talking about how Edward saw her half naked and all, and when Minos, you know, the most stoic and flat-faced dude in the world, doesn't react, Mora instead takes this as Minos not minding it and says, "Doesn't it bother you? I mean, it's kinda hard thinking about what men will do to see me, but I figured you'd be upset. You know, this is actually kinda kinky. I didn't know you were comfortable with other guys getting a piece of me. Miles will be thrilled." Jeg sværger, den her kost bliver en større og større luder for hver gang vi ser hende. Mora, having put all her points in her boobs and not in her brain, doesn't seem to know what modeling is all about and instead just wants to fuck Minos' brains out. And so obviously the painting turns out completely shitty, and Mora doesn't waste a second to rub this in Minos' face. Minos says how he tried really hard and he wanted to do this as a couple thing, but apparently Mora is getting too pissed over the fact that Minos doesn't want to bone her or can't catch her complete sluttiness in his painting, and so they mix some harsh words. I've seen more justified fights in Mortal Kombat 9.
Look, baby, I can't let you run loose without an escort.
I don't need an escort, and I'm sure as hell not your baby.
Round 1, fight!
So Randall notices that Taffy is all bummed out from clubbing all night, and so he offers to make dinner in her stead. He then exclaims that he'll make some sausage and spaghetti. You know how it's made. You cook spaghetti, you add ketchup, and then chop up some sausages. You mix them up, and you're good. When the fuck would you need spices? Anyway, this is obviously just so we can have this quote-unquote funny scene where people get super thirsty due to Randall's food. It doesn't lead to anything, but hey, it's not like this comic has actual plot to focus on. You know, like the farm being in the red, Alejandra's obvious wish for revenge, Mora and Minos' relationship, Sarah's quest for the muses, Miles' quest to get into Rachel's pants, or my favorite, the huge freaking plot thing where someone was out to get Sarah. You got an author and an artist who wants to go this way. You got a womanizing asshole of a writer who wants to go that way. And you got Ed Fox, who's so heavily inspired by manga that it's almost painful, who wants to go that way. It's no fucking wonder this comic is going nowhere when it's being pulled from every fucking direction. But alas, I completely forgot to mention this exciting plot about Taffy needing someone else to abuse her a little, as we move to her in her room where Edward comes in to play some D&D, which doesn't seem to make much sense, seeing he thought that Mora and her would be out clubbing again. And how can Taffy not feel Din sitting on her head? We established that they are only invisible, not ghost-like. And how did she get up there if they can't fly? But all that is nothing compared to fucking this. What the hell are you wearing, Taffy? You are gonna play D&D with Edward here, and you're wearing this? I think you forgot the headband that says desperate for some dicking. And how she's not minding that Edward is seeing her in this at all, when she was losing her shit before when Miles wanted to see her lift her dress. Anyway, Taffy asks Edward if he'd ever fantasized about any other girl besides Mora and wants to know what has happened between Edward and Mora. And Edward says that he'll tell Taffy this one time. Oh god, this cannot not suck. Edward then continues explaining how he met Mora. He was at a convention, he and Mora hit it off, and they fucked. That's it. Also, how can Mora have been able to afford going to a convention like that? Didn't we establish earlier on that Mora had to work her ass off to make her farm run every single day? And if so, how can she afford being at a convention for several days? Which, may I remind you, is as far Mora and Edward's relationship lasts before Mora suddenly disappears to the east and stopped answering Edward's calls. This is supposed to be an emotional scene, but it's so fucking retarded. This is less than a vacation fling. Shit, even Edward knows this, but he still traveled to the east to hunt down Mora, honestly believing they had a thing going. This is despite her leaving without a word, having only known each other for a few days, and not answering his calls. This is the flimsiest bullshit I have ever read. This is supposed to be important, but is handled with little to no care. Here's a tip. The more important something is, the more you should work at it from every angle. It's like the carrying main columns of a building. Edward and Sarah are going over what Sarah needs to know how to pass a school. Who the fuck gives a fuck? Moving on! We cut to my favorite character in this entire thing, Rachel, who's working out. She's being interrupted by Minos, who wants to work on Rachel now, who unlike Mora doesn't give Minos total and other shit for his work. Also, can I just point out that I am with the firm belief that Minos has bigger boobs than Mora. I'm just saying. Outside is Sarah, who is reading, and Din and Jen approaches her saying they have found her favor to them, and it appears to be destroying the small little home Digit has. We then cut to, okay, that's enough. That's not how you do it. When going back and forth between two things happening, it's called cross-cutting. This is usually to show two things happening simultaneously. This is most commonly used to create suspense, to sort of give the reader the idea that these two things are gonna clash at the end. It's not to go from an interesting thing to something that's boring as fuck. It kills whatever interest you have in either of the subjects. It's like you're trying to walk straight and someone keeps turning you to one direction, then the other. Anyway, Rachel and Minos talk and they stumble across a drawing of some girl and Minos goes into some exposition. Apparently the girl known as Grace was Minos' big love interest once. Or rather, according to Minos, it was more than love. Rachel cuts all the bullshit, however, and boils it all down to questioning Minos if he wants something better than Mora, to which Minos answers, yes. No fucking shit. I mean, of course you want more. Of course you're not happy with what you got. You're dating the biggest, dumbest, most selfish, whoring, slutty, annoying, abusive Mary Sue asshole in the world. It's like a guy who keeps getting kicked in the dick wanting it to stop. You can't really blame him. Anyway, inside the farm, Sarah is stealing Digit's router and I No, 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 listen to me, no, you fuckers, you illiterate, childish fuckers, you talentless, immature, sex-fixated motherfuckers, you do not, I repeat, do fucking not deserve to have Metal Gear in there. I wouldn't even use Metal Gear to compare how utterly fucking horrendous your writing is. I will give you needless fan service a pass. I will pardon your shitty characters. I will even overlook your obvious self-insertion in this poor excuse of a story. But I will not fucking stand for you to have the best written fucking fiction in your comic. Hideo freaking Kojima would be spinning so hard in his grave from this if he was dead that it would spin the world out of its orbit and make it collide with the fucking sun. I can't. I won't. I have. No. Fuck you. Fuck all of you! Fuck you so fucking God! What the fuck was that? That was a breakthrough. Huh? So here we are again, my very own personal hell in furry form. Really? Revisiting this shit, I suddenly remember why I was so mad that I said I hated all furry comics out there. Hatred for something can make you do dumb stuff, and boy do I fucking hate this thing. Calling it a webcomic would be glorifying Sonichu, Jack, and Angel Corp. So, before my little mental breakdown, Sarah was snatching Digit's home. This seems to have turned off all the lights in the place. I can only assume that from what Miles says here, because it's not like Cello bothered actually making things much darker than before, or show it in any other way. Miles catches Sarah red-handed and Dinajin zaps him with what they refer to as suggestion.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
Having studied mentalism, I know that that's not suggestion. Having read a D&D book for more than 2 minutes, I know too that that is not suggestion. Suggestion doesn't just make you hallucinate and stand there gawking like you're having some kind of stupid wet dream. Suggestion is when you affect a person into doing something that might be a little out of bounds of what they would normally do. Like, had they had Miles cover his eyes or go browse porn instead, then that would have been fine. And if you had this power, why didn't you just use it on anyone to get rid of Digit? And when the fuck have you been able to use magic in the first place?
If you could do all that, what the fuck was the point with all the drama up to this point?
Oh shit, I'd forgotten how these guys think that they know how to crosscut, and we are now seeing Minos explaining how the reason he didn't get hooked up with Grace was because she was already engaged. In return for his story, he asks Rachel why she refuses to relax on the farm, and Rachel explains it's because they are on the run from Sarah's family, seeing they ran away when they were very young. Apparently so young that Sarah really didn't know what was happening, and Rachel basically kidnapped Sarah, but only to keep her safe. This is another one of those small nuggets of gold you can find in this pile of shit. This is really good. It shows Rachel caring so much for Sarah that she's willing to do a criminal act, yet lives with the choices she made, all for the sake of Sarah. It'd be nice if we had any explanation why she would go to this length for Sarah, but I guess we'll never know. And if you try and tell me we'll find out in one of the many side stories, I will cut you. A story needs to be working in its own form. you should never have to refer to another book, another movie, or another game for understanding. Sure, if it's a sequel, then the same rules don't apply. And sure, you can create a side thing for the sake of creating depth, but this is clearly something that's important to the lack of plot in this comic. Anyway, Rachel reveals her feelings for Minos. I know, what a shock. And Minos asks if he can paint Rachel while he thinks of his answer. It's not like he could have, gone somewhere else and fuck it over properly first or anything. Anyway, his reply... sorry, I must have accidentally clicked on one of those side stories. No, wait. This is the actual next strip? How? I guess if you look really closely, you can find this line of text here that would hint that Sarah is dashing by Taffy. But then again, why should this comic suddenly start to be better than something you'd find in the corners of Dave Chung's sketchbook? But never mind that, Edward and Randall fight and that's it. I can't possibly see how this strip is necessary at all, but then again, I could say the same thing about this entire comic. On the next page, Minos explains that he loves Mora and Rachel asks why. That's a damn good question, and I'm going to ask it again. But louder! Why indeed? My own hatred for these pair of tits with a sentient mind aside, what exactly does she have that makes Minos fall so head over heels for her? What has she done, despite insult and disappoint Minos over and over again? We've not even once seen her do anything nice for Minos. We've not even once seen her do something affectionate to Minos besides fucking him. And just why the hell did Minos come back to Mora in the first place? They don't have the same taste in something. They are clearly not on the level in the lines of thinking. Their priorities are complete polar opposites as well. Minos is always on and on about how he wants to give Mora a chance, which he constantly seems to blow. And if that is really all that has gotten him to be with Mora, does that mean he would have done the same thing with everyone else who would have declared her affection for him? And why the hell did he suddenly decide to kiss Mora way back when? The only thing that Mora had done up to that point was disappoint Minos, call him names, talk shit about the things she liked, and cried about the 2 thieves she let stay on her farm, tried to rob her. That's it! This basically boils down to Minos only being with Mora because of the question, why not? Which can easily be answered too. It's so obvious that the talentless writers just needed Mora and Minos to be together because that's how the story was originally written, and no one ever stopped up and asked why and how. Apparently, the writers didn't think that this was important at all. But then again, we've already seen how little a fuck these people know about important plot points, so who gives a monkey, right? Rachel is seemingly immediately cheered up from her kicking and screaming about how Mora is a total cunt when she sees Minos painting. Apparently she sees this as the perfect time to finally kiss Minos, mostly because Minos has been showering Rachel with all sorts of praise and sweet talking, and he doesn't exactly seem to be in any hurry to push Rachel away either. And wouldn't you know it, Mora sees it all. Now, this is interesting, right? I mean, how does Minos act? Does he push Rachel away, or does he go with it? Does he kiss her back? And how about Rachel? Does she keep going? Is it just a small peck on the lips? How does she react afterwards? Does she apologize for putting Minos in an awkward position? Or does she say something cute and adorable, like she'll wait for him? Because these are questions that would help you like the characters and give them potential depth. Let's just sweep that shit under the rug and move directly onto Mora confronting Rachel, explaining how she's fired as she sucker punches her in the face, and it's all like,
I'll kill that cat.
Gee, it's almost like it's a bad thing to date the people you're working with, isn't it? So Mora gives Rachel a whooping, going as far as to kneeing her in the stomach. No matter how you slice it, this cow is out for blood.
You're such a slut!
The next page is basically porn. No, seriously. It's an entire page where Rachel beats the shit out of Mora, explaining just how much of a Mary Sue she is, how ungrateful she is, and how everything is basically given to her. Heck, this page is so good that it kind of makes me give the writers the benefit of the doubt that they are fully aware of how shitty Mora is. That's of course until they cut away from it, going straight to Sarah, who's dumping Digit's router into the well. This kind of sums up the entirety of Las Lindas. It's giving you this faint hope that it's getting good before it does a complete 180 and immediately makes you realize that no, this will not get good. This will stay shitty forever and ever. We move on to Mora, who's straight up trying to do a power throw on Rachel, but she's immediately stopped when Digit appears looking weird. Apparently the router being thrown into water is causing Digit to lose control of everything electronic in the farm. So yanking it out of the wall didn't do anything, but throwing it in water had an effect. Sure, why not? Everything is going tits up and apparently they can't get the router up in time. How does Mora know this? And why is no one actually trying to fish it up with the water bucket that we are clearly seeing the rope for here? Obviously, instead of doing something productive like trying to put out fires or fetch the router, Mora instead asks Sarah why she did what she did. To which Sarah replies that the little green fairies lied to her and that they said Digit was an evil spirit. At this point, they should really give Sarah one of those comfy shirts that makes you hug yourself all day. And a gag ball. Also, why didn't you notice? You're clearly the person next to Mora who got along the best with Digit. Wasn't the whole reason with showing you hanging out with Digit back then to show you establishing a kind of camaraderie between you? Also, let's not mix words here. Sarah is more than just clinically mentally challenged. So why didn't anyone go, yo, you see this? Don't fucking touch it! Anyway, Randall, Taffy and Edward all look at Sarah clearly thinking she's overstepped some boundaries in her complete and utter mental incompetence. And really, who can blame them? Rachel, proving to be the only character who's really worth a grain of salt, once again undresses and gets ready to hop in the well to fetch Digit's router, and Mora exclaims, "It's too deep! You can't just swim down, and if there's still power in it, it'll fry you!" Wow, these are a lot of obstacles that Rachel has to overcome here. This will be really exciting to see her. Really, it's so important for you to get back to the boob shots that you can't just draw this sequence out a little. Like, I know what you're trying to do here, and you're not doing it as bad as you would obviously have done at the beginning of this thing. You're showing Rachel's commendable effort and what is racing through her mind as she is clearly doing something dangerous for Sarah. You got a good thing here, so why the hell skip it? Show more of it. Grow some tension. Let us be in the mind of Rachel a little more. I swear, these writers are like a dog chasing cars. They don't know what to do with the drama when they finally have it. Anyway, Mora talks to Digit saying it'll all be fine now, but for whatever reason, Digit still dies.
Dang dong, the witch is dead, the witch is dead, the witch is dead. Dang dong, the witch is dead, the witch is dead, the witch is dead. Dang dong, the witch is dead, the witch is dead.
I know, because these writers are so little dedicated to their story, and because they are outright stated that no lasting misfortune will ever befall Mora, that Digit will reappear again within long. But hell, gotta appreciate the small things. Also, really? This is the way you choose to show the death of Digit? With a shot that Cello clearly isn't experienced with doing? I mean, I know I've talked a lot of shit about Cello's art, but it's really this comic's only saving grace. I mean, the best summary of this comic I've read is actually just this one sentence. What? You're actually reading the words next to the boobs? And hey, Cello isn't such a bad artist. He's not good like many of the other artists I've had the honor of talking about on this show, but he's not bad either. What I'm getting at is that, really? This shot couldn't have been done differently? This isn't a good shot. Mora basically just looks like a bowling pin with tits here. I know she has wide hips, but surely not that wide. And where's her chin? Her head looks no different now than it would have if we saw it from straight ahead. Anyway, we see Mora clutching Digit's router really tight as we see these. Who the fuck is choking? Is Rachel choking from the deep dive? If so, shouldn't we be looking at her rather than Mora? Anyway, Mora is talking to herself, asking why everything is so hard. Oh, fuck off! I don't care if Mora solves world hunger or cures Ebola. I won't like this shit stain. I can't. Fuck her. She's ass. I mean, boo fucking who is shit hard? Hold on, let me find the world's smallest violin so I can cram it up your ungrateful, spoiled ass. Oh no, the thing that got given to you malfunctioned because you didn't pay attention to the mental retard that's lolling around on your farm and has done nothing but cause harm and cost you money. You really don't have anyone to blame but yourself. But of course, Digit's sister comes and tells Mora that Digit is stable and well and has recovered from the accident. Not even 5 minutes have passed. Also, I'm just gonna throw a personal thought out there. Death of a character is many times a subject that runs through many authors' minds when they're creating a story. Should they kill off a character or not? To me, killing off a character permanently shows that you're more dedicated to the story than you are to the fame of that character's popularity. Let me use Gurren Lagann as an example. Kamina dies, but not before you've gotten the impression that he's essential to the plot, is a main character, and that you've started to love the shit out of his persona. You, along with the protagonist Simone, has gotten nothing but respect and admiration for this character, and once he dies, you along with Simone starts to personally hate the enemy that did this to him. Not only that, but later on, this helps strengthening and making Simon more mature as he picks up the mantle from his big brother. Once he comes to terms with his brother's death and realizes that he has to step up to the plate that Kamina left for him, he's stronger than ever before. If we look at the shitty end of the spectrum, let's look at Bleach or Naruto that will rather go bankrupt before killing off their characters. You're never feeling any real threat, cause either everyone pulls through or they are resurrected with some poorly explained technique. And the people who do die are people who have just barely gotten introduced, which I refer to as sacrifice characters. These are basically the characters who comes in and shows you a picture of their family back home or has 2 days left till retirement before they get horribly murdered. Because you've established little to no connection with them, there's no impact, no lasting impression from their death. It just happens. What it boils down to is that, seriously, who gives a fuck about Digit? What does her death accomplish? Does it drive the plot forward? No. Then why? I hate to say it, but Digit's death is only here cause that's what these writers think is drama. And while the whole incident up to her death was dramatic, the plot of Digit dying is resolved in the very next page, leaving little to no impression on you. I know, that was a lot to take in. I guess they just really want Digit to die or get corrupted with horse porn viruses.
And then there's this asshole.
Minos wants to talk things over with Mora, who explains to Minos how Rachel is in bed after swallowing a bunch of water, and Sarah is crying her eyes out cause something told her to do what she did. This is normally the point where you throw that bitch in an insane asylum, guys. Anyway, there's been a bunch of fire damage too, but the main thing keeping Mora from actually working is obviously her seeing Minos with Rachel. Minos explains how he was turning her down, but he was being selfish and hung on to the possibility of being with her. He further explains that he did want to be with Rachel and that he should have been firm with her. But what he should do and what he actually does are two widely different things, as this is never brought up again. And the whole thing ends with Mora easily forgiving Minos. That's it. There's no lasting repercussions from Minos' actions. Not even after having straight out said that he did try to get with Rachel. I know I keep calling Mora a Mary Sue, and I will insist on her being that until my fucking grave. But Minos is an equally as big Gary Stew to Mora's Mary Sue. So I guess that's one thing these two have in common. The next chapter begins with Mora and Taffy cleaning up the kitchen. They're talking about how awesome Mora is for not firing Rachel and that despite wanting to kick Sarah out, Mora keeps her on the farm cause she needs the help. Why, oh why don't you just find someone to take her place? It's not like you would have to do much of an actual effort to find someone better. In fact, I found someone. Let me introduce you. Oh, you don't see him? Maybe because there's fucking no one over there! Having no one instead of Sarah would literally be more efficient for the farm than keeping Sarah around. she's done more sabotage to the farm than benefited it. We've literally seen her cause more hijinks and heard it hinted at that she's actually causing shit more times than we've seen her do actual work. But alas, Mora needs help with the wiring of whatever this is, and Tava says she hasn't seen Miles for days now.
Oh crap, we forgot him still faced out in the basement. Oh, we don't forget another character in the basement. That would really show how shitty writers we are.
And we then cut to Miles, who is falling off a cliff.
Wait, what?
Yeah, the very next picture is just this. What the heck is Miles doing here? I guess if I take my brain out of my skull and try to put myself in the mindset of the people who actually enjoy this comic, I suppose this is because Miles is still under the influence of whatever spell was cast on him by Jin and Jin. And the only real reason why I'm thinking that is because he has the same dumb smirk on his face. If this is indeed the case, would it really be so hard to have either Din and Jin go, "Oh, we just cast suggestion on him, that way he'll be hallucinating until we snap him out of it," or something like that? Explain what's going on, comic. But anyway, Miles falls off the cliff and dies.
Dang on, the witch is dead, the witch is dead, the witch is dead. Dang on, the witch is dead, the witch is dead.
Actually, no. He wakes up being his usual whiny, annoying self. Hooray! He questions how he got here and even how he fell off the cliff. Apparently, because Soul Cat demanded it, Miles is now on to have some wacky adventures! And we're off to a rollicking good start as Miles walks into a pointy thing that impales him in the face and he dies.
Dang on, the witch is dead, the witch is dead.
Fuck! Not dead yet. And I'm starting to wonder who I'm referring to with that comment. Me or Miles. Anyway, Miles finds this plane and decides that it's his now because... Fuck it, it's his now, I don't fucking care. And so the next time we see him, he's back on the farm where this doctor teleports in with her very own ghost thing. Now, am I just retarded or wasn't Digit kind of special? I know that the mayor of Gossamer had one, but hey, it's the fucking mayor. I can see why he would have one, but why the hell would Mora get one? She's just some chick on a farm. And even more, why does this chick have one too? She's just a doctor. Or rather, she's a junior technician at Amber Industries. Anyway, apparently she is Miles' friend's ex-girlfriend. And Miles having his priorities totally in check, as if the Dr. Tiara is single.
It's more so I don't end up grinding my crutch against the nearest rock that's the least kind of alluring. Did I mention I'm a total shit?
So, Tiara is here to fix Digit, and Miles wants to talk to her, cause he hasn't gotten his dick wet in a while. But Tiara doesn't want to talk with Miles, and who can blame her? In fact, remember the scene where Rachel beats the shit out of Mora and it's one of the best things that has happened to Las Lindas? Well, the next entire page is Tiara shit-talking Miles, calling him out on how huge a dick he is.
And this actually helped me coming up with something. The only way that you could save this thing is if the authors actively tried to just destroy the characters at the end of the comic. Like someone destroying Miles mentally, or someone beating the shit out of Mora till she's nothing but steaks.
We move on to Taffy and Sarah talking. Sarah doesn't want to leave the farm and is fearing that Mora is gonna kick her and Rachel off the farm.
And be more dedicated to our story than our popularity? Bitch, well-written stories don't put food on the table. Oh wait, they do.
Of course no one gets kicked off the farm, and Taffy cheers Sarah up to the point where Sarah asks Taffy to become her new mother. Now, I know what they're going for here. I really do. Taffy has throughout the comic proven to be the most motherly of all the characters, so I can get behind why Sarah would want Taffy to be her mother. Actually, I won't shit on this scene because it's cute, and it could have been done worse. After all, Taffy is one of the few characters that we've seen Sarah socializing with other than Rachel and Mora. What I'm going to bring up, however, is this last frame. Taffy and Sarah is being asked to come to where Tiara is, and we see Taffy leaving a room. Is she leaving the room they were just in? Cause the room they were just in was red, and this room is blue. And Taffy is clearly walking through a door, so is she going into Rachel's room? And the way the frame is made, it kinda makes it seem like it's important, right? Well, it's not. Nothing comes out of this frame. It's unnecessary.
It's so weird that they can have some very good scenes and then some super shitty ones.
It's almost like this is what happened when one writer gave the draft to another. Hey dude, I was thinking, can you give these to Cello so, he can sketch them out? Oh yeah man, sure, no problem. Thanks man, thanks. Oh man, Mars is going on wacky adventures. So they boot up Digit. And she's back alive. There's no lasting damage from the incident. It's totally useless. The only thing it does is that it brings Sarah and Digit together in their effort to find Din and Jin and... Okay, hold up. What? No, fuck off. Miles, why the fuck are you mopey? It is because of Digit that you're able to loll around. Shit, now that Digit is back up and running, you can start working on your damn plane or whatever. But oh no, the Dr. Chick doesn't wanna bone you. How tragic. Poor fucking you. Hey baby, I just won $1 million and I'm basically the most loved superstar in the world. What do you say you come back to my bedroom and make some squeaking noises? Fuck off, creep. Anyway, Digit is all better and Sarah and her talk it over. Sarah explains that the reason why she threw Digit's router in the well is because Din and Jin told her to. To show that Digit holds no grudge, she immediately jumps at Sarah asking if she can see them too. And so they tell everyone about Din and Jin and get them out of the farm before more damage can... I know, they don't do that. That would make sense. Just let me fucking dream. No. Instead, Digit and Sarah are hiding under the bed sheets to come up with a devious plan to get rid of Din and Jin. Digit thinks they're aliens and Sarah thinks they're fairies. This would be funny if we knew what the fuck these things actually were. Also, again, Mora is saying moo here, so she is an actual Anyway, Sarah explains how these things are fairies and that they'll need to go get her books to figure out how to catch these things. I can come up with a few ways. So, get this. Digit then goes,
Oh, get real! Flying magical nymphs? And we're going to get the secrets from a game manual? That's too weird to be real.
This is a poorly fucking written universe in which animals talk, there's digitalized ghosts, spaceships, flying wrecking crews, magical bullshit, and actual fans of this comic. And you're gonna start questioning this? This is what weird is.
But you just scratch you little fuck, huh? You little piece of shit, you look like a fucking worm. I better wash you.
Sir, I said it, sir.
Wow. No shit.
So Digit and Sarah decide to sneak into Taffy's room to get the book and...
I'm good.
So they find the book and read up on fairies and... No, they read up on muses? But didn't they think these things were fairies? But, oh well, this comic's excuse for a plot demands that we move on. And so do I. So Sarah explains that the muses can fly and are attracted by beauty and sweetness. In that case, shouldn't Mora be functioning as a major repellent? They get caught by Din and Jin and Digit says she'll hold them off. Or what? What the hell can they do? And what's Sarah gonna do in the meantime? So Digit chases Din and Jin with the sentence, Look out, imps! Here comes Digit! Okay. Come here. No, it's fine. Come on. Yeah, that's a good... You idiots! Yes, the scene where Mora says, Here comes Mora was super good, even if we ignore the comic standards. But you constantly now throwing that quote around diminishes the effect it originally had. Now it's no longer someone coming to terms with how they acted before, or a sign of growth. Now it's just...
Catchphrase.
And that's dumb! I didn't even know you could retroactively stomp on your own compliments, but holy hell, here we fucking are! So because the muses can turn corners really well, Digit can't follow, and so she flies through the door. How did she end up in the same room as Din and Jin if the main problem was that she couldn't turn as well to get there? And if that's not the case and the muses instead just flew into a room and were just closing the door, how the fuck can they suddenly do that when they had to ride Sarah into a room earlier? I mean, that's the only logical explanation that was left if they could fly. But the biggest problem is without a doubt that, what? Digit just happens to forget that she could fly through solid matter? Well, I can't exactly blame her, cause the authors seem to forget that as well! So Digit continues chasing Din and Jin, and again, let me ask a fairly important question. Why the hell are they fleeing? Didn't Digit and Sarah track down the Dungeons and Dragons book to find some kind of weakness for these little fucks? If that's the case, why are they fleeing and looking so super scared when something that couldn't even be solid matter is threatening to chew on them? Anyway, they fly past Tiara and Mora talking, and Tiara says that she perhaps made a mistake when fixing Digit up, that something must be corrupted due to how she's acting now, and Mora replies, "Nope, you really did fix her. That's our Digit." Sarah, in the meantime, has gone into the kitchen to find something sweet, and here she finds some muffins that just so happens to be called fairy cakes. How fucking convenient! We then return to Digit chasing Din and Jin, and here we see our perfect example of what I feel about Shallow's art. Din and Jin decides to transform into how they looked in the D&D book, cause that's more exotic and they fly off. Now, what is not shown is that they apparently create several clones of themselves, and so Digit has to find out which one is real. But tell me, except the explosion here, where is it even hinted at that they multiply? This is my main problem with Shallow's art. It's not bad, and frankly, he's grown to become an amazing artist since the beginning of this comic. But he's a good artist, not a good comic artist. There's a difference. Many things that are essential to understand what's going on are simply dropped on the floor and not shown. Many times you are forced to just guess what is happening, and the most times I've only succeeded in guessing it because of how cliché many of the things in this comic are. If we return to the analogy that Las Lendas is a ship, it Fox is downstairs trying to scoop out water with a fork, while Cello is upstairs trying to steer the ship to the nearest shore for repairs. And Soul Cat? He's skipping around on the ship while drilling holes everywhere. So, because no one in this comic has a brain, Din and Jin fall for Sarah's obvious trap. Or rather, she wouldn't have to do anything seeing Taffy was already making the cupcakes, but I digress. So, because it would take actual planning and thought to explain how Sarah would manage to catch Din and Jin, we are not seeing it, and we are cutting directly to seeing Sarah having them in a glass jar. Digit and Sarah goes over what they should do with them, and suddenly Edward jumps in. How he figured out that Din and Jin were in danger is never answered, and we are meant to just take it as yet another, because there would be no plot otherwise, exclusion. Edward then feels like he owes Digit, Sarah, and us an explanation. Oh my god, this cannot Wait, this seems familiar. I swear, I'm not making this up, but apparently while Edward was searching for Mora, he ended up on an island where the inhabitants were tricked into believing that he was a deity. Sounds familiar? And for no well-explained reason, Din and Jin just decide to attach themselves to him and help him with everything because I got nothing. Anyway, a mech, oh yes, comes and tries to take Edward away. How she knew he was on the island and why she would care is a good question that will never be answered once again. It is also explained that the only reason the Muses looks like this is because Edward had come up with them like that in one of his stories. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me either. Edward forces Digit and the Muses to make up, despite the fact that the Muses almost succeeded in killing several of the inhabitants on the farm. Furthermore, he goes on about how Sarah is such a wonderful person because she didn't straight up kill the Muses. Who's to say she wasn't planning to have them in the glass jar forever and just slowly and periodically yank off Din and Jin's wings? In fact, she still caught the two in the first place. Whether or not she killed them or not really shouldn't be that big of a deal about how great a person she is. So, ready for the most forced bullshit in the world? Mora is seeing Tiara off and wants to give her a basket for her troubles. Tiara wants to help Mora with one last thing and encourages her to say out loud what Digit is to her. Mora then replies,
Digit is my child. I love her.
I honestly thought people were joking. I did. I really did. How the shit did Mora just decide that now she's Digit's mother? She's a representation of your own soul. Your own mother? What the fuck are you on? And also, I understand that it's supposed to be cute and stuff, but would it really be so much to ask that it also made sense? And it just doesn't work. Have we seen more than, I don't know, 5 pages of Mora and Digit bonding? I could probably get behind on seeing them getting close, but to the extent of creating family? Fuck no! It's the exact same problem with Sarah and Taffy. It's way too forced. And we are almost on our 300th page now. It's not like you haven't had ample time to do this in. I mean, seeing this thing is even jumping so far ahead in time all the time, you could have just thrown in a sentence going, and also I grew closer with Digit, or something. It wouldn't be that fucking hard! We then move on to see Rachel having recovered from almost drowning. I know, it's a wonder the writers even remembered her. But I guess Soulcat has just been jerking himself off lately to the thought of his character now screwing Rachel, as Mora explains that as a punishment, Rachel has to work on the Miles. I gotta admit, I truly adore the fact that they use Miles as a form of punishment. There's removal of teeth, there's cutting out the eyes, and then there's working on the Miles. If I would had to pick, I would just straight up start to pull my teeth out in a heartbeat. And so this chapter ends with Mora explaining to Rachel that Minos is off limits and then thanking Rachel for saving Digit. While the rest of us will forever see that as the worst thing Rachel has ever done. Or, let me rephrase that. That's the worst thing she has done so far. I have found the main problem with Les Lindas, and it's not what you might think. It's not the poor characters or the poor writing. It's not the art, nor is it the things that makes no sense. The main problem with this comic is that it is written by some immature fucks who can't differentiate love and sex. Think about it. Minos and Mora are together because Mora wanted to bang Minos, and thus it's the same as love. Taffy didn't want to bang Miles, and so they broke up because Miles didn't feel loved. And Miles is so sad and whiny all the time because no one loves him because no one wants to fuck him. All this comic's main issues are solved if you simply get the childish point of view that sex and love are the same thing. And it's not. It's the icing on the cake. You ask any married couple if they got together only because they wanted to fuck, and they'll tell you, no! Sure, sex is a great way to solidify one's affection for someone, but it's not a synonym to love. It's like tennis. What? You're gonna dump the girl or boy of your dreams just cause he or she doesn't want to play tennis with you? No! That's retarded! I really hope I can touch the people who read this comic and are actually getting this impression with this comment. Sex isn't the same as love. Don't let this bullshit comic tell you that. And I say it like that because I imagine it only being children who hasn't developed critical thinking that would actually like this comic. A thing that also drives me up the fucking wall is that if we just look at Catbox, the site that is hosting Les Lindas, you only have to move your cursor down a little and you'll click on a comic that's far better in almost every regard than Les Lindas. Or you can move it somewhat to the right and you'll find UberQuest, who fucking knocks the ball right out of the fucking park. You really don't have to settle with Les Lindas. There are much better furry webcomics out there. And heck, they're right fucking there. It's like Eddie Izzard's cake or death scenario, only here people are willingly choosing death for some odd reason.
Cake or death? Cake, please. Very well.
So, let me remind you guys real quick that Alejandra here is supposed to be this comic's main antagonist. You know, the villain, the evil businesswoman. And you are more or less supposed to watch this scene here to this kind of music. You know, like she's hatching a massive revenge plot against Mora or something. But, really, what should be played is something like this. Because think about it, Mora has done nothing but shit all over Alejandra. She has taken away the award she prided herself with by cheating in a competition, and one of Mora's friends, Edward, has publicly embarrassed Alejandra in front of the entire festival, which has now resulted in her business declining drastically. Furthermore, we only know that Alejandra is supposed to be an antagonist because of how our protagonist reacts to her, and Alejandra falls into the trope of the rich, evil businesswoman, when she hasn't done anything to be characterized as a villain. She slapped Mora after being punched herself, and she just happened to have a rapist working for her. And when Mora lost her farm, she just tried to buy the property right then and there. That's all she has really done that could be considered as villainous acts. So, will someone, please, for the love of Christ, remind me why we are supposed to root for Mora? I mean, even if you're super large with what can be considered villainous acts, this is how the comparison charts ends up looking. But oh no, whoops, my bad, this is a totally good comic. Let me just chalk that up there with Jackie Diaz not being a tracer, Christian Weston Chandler knowing everything about copyright laws, and Andrew Dobson being a super cool guy when it comes to commenting his work. So Alejandra replays a recording of Deus Ex Machina explaining how she's giving a nanocell spirit to her because of how big a pro-dog she is. She follows up with saying how a nanocell spirit can't be purchased. No amount of wealth or renown qualifies someone for the gift. Fucking this! Why? She's just a doctor lady! The fuck has she done to earn herself one? Alejandra has worked hard and dedicated her entire life to put up one of the seemingly biggest dairy companies in the world. And then there's this doctor chick, or even worse, fucking Mora! You know, the woman who up to that point had seduced people, blackmailed people, abused people, and broken several laws. Sure, she's a perfect fucking fit for a nanocell spirit, isn't she? And on that tangent, is that part of every freaking god's duties? To give out nanocell spirits? When we saw Mora get it, we assumed it was special, but seeing how many are getting one now, we can only assume that it's pretty normal, and the freaking gods are now handing them out like they're fucking cupcakes. And if that's not the case, then that's simply not the impression you get as a reader of this comic, and that's a fault of these guys as authors. The next day we see Rachel waking up and is doing push-ups in nothing but a top and a pair of panties. What? You don't train in nothing but your underwear? And we are also treated to this sentence.
No, I'm not beaten. If Mora touches me again, I'll make hamburger out of the bitch.
So, from this we can assume that hamburger is a normal dish in this universe. And when it's used in relation to the fact that Mora is a cow, then that would indicate that you can technically use Mora and all the other cow people as a form of meat for hamburgers. In other words,
Silent breed is people!
During my rant, Rachel has set course over to start working with, or rather for, Miles in maintenance, as instructed by Mora. She quickly finds out, however, that Miles is, surprise surprise, doing absolutely jack shit on the farm, and after giving Rachel an orientation that takes less than 2 minutes, he says how he's off to watch a movie and asks Rachel to tag along. Rachel protests until Miles says the following. What? You love Mora so much that you're going to get down and dirty for her right away? In a world like this with so many animals, you gotta ask yourself, where the fuck is this guy when you need him?
Who lives in the east neath the willow tree? Sexual harassment, tender.
We move back to Alejandra, who wakes up and is instantly mopey. She inner monologues to herself that Deus Ex Machina and Mora are conspiring against her, which they totally are, and questions the intention with getting her own nanocell spirit. She is then supposed to get angry and hurl the crystal thing at the mirror. However, we can only assume she is supposed to be angry from this text and her actions, but when we look at her, does this look like someone who's angry? Also, Tootsie is observing all of this in secret. How long has she been standing there? It's not like Alejandra monologued out loud, and the only thing she said out loud was, "Oh, come on." But alas, I'm nitpicking. Instead, let's focus on the fact that while arguing about the dairy farm's future, Alejandra is now so frustrated with everything that she ends up pointing her rifle at Tootsie. Come on! Do it! Shoot her! Fucking shoot her!
You can do it!
But alas, nothing happens. We move on to Miles and Rachel, who are out driving. Miles more or less states that seeing they both hate Mora and Rachel stuck it to her, that he now has a far better liking of her than before, and compliments her on her actions. Because the writers have once watched an anime or two, Rachel takes to this by harming Miles in some way or another, and says that she's on to him. We then move on to Digit and Era, the Dr. Lady's nanocell, who are training or something, and Era seems to want to train Digit in the arts of teleportation. Funny is seeing, I don't know, Digit already teleported them to the festival! And not only herself, but the entire fucking group, and without a single fuck up. What the fuck would she be needing training?
But no, I'm super wrong, right? This comic is super good, right?
So, Digit teleports her and Era to outer space, and Digit seems to get sick from this. How can a robot thing get sick? And while she's holding her mouth, is she gonna throw up? What could she possibly throw up? Does Digit eat? What does she eat? If she eat, does she have other needs? Does Digit shit? And while we are talking about shit, how about Digit's router? What was the purpose of setting that up on the farm if she can just move this far away from it? Wouldn't it be better to have one big mega server somewhere? Speaking of which, did they ever get a new one? Is that why Digit can now go to space? If so, why didn't they install that version to begin with? Was it not out yet? Was it more expensive? Are someone producing it as we speak? Does those things have a price, seeing the gods give them to people? If gods give that stuff to people, how come there are doctors to fix them? Shouldn't the technology just work if it's godly creations? And if they are in outer space, how can they hear each other? Are they talking through some mechanical shit that doesn't depend on sound? If so, why are they moving their mouths? Why is Digit credited as a resident spirit in the cast section of the Las Lindas page, when she can easily move far away from the farm? What about Era? We've only ever seen her move around, so can we assume that whatever the router is placed is not important? If that's the case, what does the router do? Is it like a charging stand? If so, what happens if they don't get charged? Would they die? How can a machine die? Are they more magical creatures than technological creatures? If so, why are they trying to explain things with science? Couldn't Era and Digit technically just take the router with them to wherever they go like a backpack? If not, why not? If yes, why don't they do that? If they are delicate representations of someone's soul, shouldn't they technically be close to what they're reflecting? What dictates who they're reflecting, and is this permanent?
Again, not pointing any fingers here, but it's almost like that this is stuff that could have been answered by now if these writers weren't total garbage.
Insisting on having nothing happening, this comic once more jumps, this time to Alejandra and Tootsie. Alejandra stops a business deal on the phone to take Tootsie over and talks with her privately, telling her she can't do this without her, and letting her know how valuable an asset she has been to the creation of the Dairy Empire. Let me remind you again, this right here is supposed to be our villain. Anyway, apparently Alejandra is creating some new kind of juice called grape juice that some woman gives Rachel and Miles a free sample of. I'm just gonna save my currently in a rant about how I am calling all the bullshit on Alejandra having made a new branded juice and already have it ready for distribution in this short span of time. We move on to Rachel and Miles spectating at a fight in the local fighting arena where we again see two nanocells. Anyway, after the fight, Miles manages to get the victor's headband. I guess the fighter just happened to hear him over everyone else because he's the furry avatar of one of the writers.
Also, if you can't see where this is going, you are the blind, deaf, or stupid, or all of the above.
On the way back, Miles and Rachel find out that a convoy of trucks are driving towards the farm. How they know that they are taking the neighbor's lot next to Las Lindas and not just continue past it, or are actually heading to the farm, is an excellent question. So of course it's not answered. They also spot Tootsie and immediately become alarmed. They get back to the farm and contemplate whether or not to tell their new findings to Mora, who walks up behind them and asks them to give her one good reason why she keeps paying those two.
More, You don't pay them. You don't. Miles' pay is going to Taffy, and Rachel is paying off the food she and Sarah spoiled. A negotiation for them getting paid may have happened in the meantime, but unless you tell or show us, how are we supposed to know? Also, just real quick, before we move on, can we take a moment to address this neck? Is that why her breasts keep increasing in size? Because they are actively sucking the fat and stuff out of her neck? Actually, at this point, I'm pretty certain Mora's breasts are a pair of overgrowing parasites. Anyway, Mora, Rachel and Miles go back and forth about what they saw, while Tootsie and her robot are causing havoc in the background, which eventually ends up in a mushroom cloud explosion. I get that Tootsie is clearing the area so they can build there, but a fucking mushroom cloud explosion will only serve to ruin the area, especially if you're trying to make a farm, and it will also cause a huge crater. Mora confronts Tootsie, who refuses to talk to her. To get her to talk with her, she then pulls the entire robot down! Let's try that one again. Mora, a cow lady with minimal effort, manages to pull down a robot that seems to be specifically made to clear areas for construction and has been seen in the background chopping down several trees with one swoop, and she's doing this without a firm hold of anything too, I might add. Bullshit? All of the bullshit? Let me find my phone so I can call bullshit. At this point, I think I got bullshit on speed dial. No! The woman who got overpowered by one guy earlier can now suddenly move a several tons heavy machine. With this strength, how come Alejandra wasn't just a fucking stain after Mora punched her way back when? Speaking of Alejandra, guess who walks up to greet our dear Mary Moo? It's Alejandra, donning a coat and a scarf. You know, at the same day where several people have been seen in shorts, t-shirts, tank tops and whatnot. It's clearly hot outside, so why would she wear a coat? I suppose it looks more evil, and it's not like these writers could actually write a good villain, so it's up to Cello to draw it. Never mind that, as Randall walks up, recognizing Alejandra and asks if they are fighting again, just like back in the days. You know, the time period that Mora and Alejandra seemingly forgot when they first met each other. So Randall comes in, and it's clear from frame 1 that Alejandra has the hots for him. He goes on to take Alejandra up to Mora's mother, Diana's grave. After learning that Diana is resting up on that hill, Alejandra cancels the operation, saying it cost more than she expected. This is another really good scene, and it further cements the fact that Alejandra is a more likable character than Mora could ever hope to be, because we see how much Alejandra is willing to give up to preserve Diana's memory, while Mora, on the other hand, seems to have been in a hurry to get the fuck out of there and not be there during Diana's last moments. Don't call me unfair. If this comic gives me something to compliment, I'll compliment it. Think about that while you remember how few times I have managed to actually compliment this fucking comic! So Alejandra returns, and Tootsie is questioning frantically about why they have halted the project. That's when this guy walks up and says that the board is wondering the same thing. How the fuck would they know? It literally just happened. Anyway, the board are questioning Alejandra's actions and says that if it's necessary, they'll appoint a new acting CEO. I'm sorry, did I misread it when I read that Alejandra built this company by herself? Isn't she, like, the big dick pro dog in the firm? Who the fuck are these chumps? If they are above Alejandra, shouldn't they be the ones at the festival to receive the festival prize? Anyway, Alejandra acts like the boss that she is and calls the board on their bullshit and says she'll continue with her plans, just without fucking up the grave, including the sentence, "I've survived poverty, I've survived the corruption of my predecessors, and I will survive you!" and then storms off. Did she accomplish anything with this? Let me return to that sentence again. I have survived poverty. That's a bold-faced lie. Seeing earlier, Mora stated outright that Alejandra's family was wealthy. She also lies about the whole predecessors thing, as Alejandra herself states earlier that she inherited her farm from her dad, who only had a small piece of land and a few cows. Gee,
It's almost like that these guys are just coming up with shit on the fly, isn't it? So she goes out to get the plans, and Alejandra walks into her office where she finds the nanocell crystal on her desk, and she then exclaims that it has awoken. Wait, what? Was this an issue? Hold on. Nope, nothing. What? So, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you a resolution to a problem we didn't even know we had. 'Cause that's good storytelling. I fucking hate this comic so fucking much. Oh god. Back at the farm, Mora and Randall are talking. Randall proposes coming up with a plan because the chances of them being able to clutch it out forever with luck is slim to none. Randall proposes discussing this while taking a walk, to which Mora replies, "Puppy dog needs his walkies? I'll get the leash." This just goes to show even further that these characters are fully aware of the actual animals they are a furry form of, and as such, punching the comic further in the kidney. If you wanna know why, look up video 2 in the series. So we finally hear why Mora left her dying mother, and it was to find her dad. She furthermore explains that her mother had been selling the farm piece by piece to her dad, and she used that information to try and track him down. Whether or not she found him is not explained, cause who cares about such a small little detail, am I right? No, instead she chews out Randall for asking questions. Again, let me remind you, this is the villain we're supposed to boo at, and this is supposed to be the hero we're supposed to cheer for! Hey, Soul Cat, people are starting to notice how absolute shit our characters are, and like, finding 1,000,002 plot holes. Should we maybe, start working on that? Or should we, cover it up in some way or another?
Fuck it.
Because it's been a while since we last had some fan service, we move inside where Mora has obviously stripped down a little, is drunk, and is basically telling Minos that she wants to fuck. At this point, that no longer surprises me. When Minos declines her, Mora says, "Fine by me, brief breath." So, either she's insinuating that Minos stinks of Mora's pussy out of his mouth, or she can smell that he has devoured the meat of other cow bull people. I don't know which one I find most disgusting, to be perfectly honest. While Mora is making an ass out of herself while drunk off her 2 massively huge parasites, Taffy asks Randall to help her with the dishes. However, this is all but a ploy to sit Randall down, bribe him with cake, and make him explain what is going on, which he then does. Let me remind you, Mora said she would only tell him and they were out in the field so no one would hear them. In other words, this was a secret, and not even a day passes before Randall spills the beans to Taffy. The stupidity continues as Randall explains how Mora and Alejandra lived together and were basically like sisters. This contradicts how Alejandra and Mora interacted when they first met each other in the comic, and even more so with what Mora explains to Rachel and Sarah earlier in the comic of how they know each other, where she says she was the only person at the same age around and therefore they stuck together. I know I keep saying that you are entitled to your own opinion when it comes to this comic, and if you want to think that this is well written, then you're free to think so. Just please know that you're wrong. Taffy and Randall flirts a little before they head off to bed. The next day, however, we move to Rachel and Miles, who seems to be out catching Pokemon. Also a very heartfelt fuck you to you too comic. No, actually, they are out to find the plane that Miles stumbled across and move it from there to the farm. This is done immediately after talking about them worrying that Mora will find out they have gone out again. You guys don't think that, I don't know, the sudden appearance of a motherfucking plane will kind of hint that you've done something other than actual farm work, you fucking retarded idiots. Also, as Rachel states, the farm is over a mile away, and it's in the middle of a forest. A plane like that doesn't exactly have foldable wings, but I suppose if they all have super unnatural strength like Mora, they can just easily move it. To all of you defending this comic, there's only so much dumb shit that you can overlook, and I hope we're about reaching the point where you'll go, yeah,
yeah, this comic is bullshit.
It seems Miles has realized how shit his plan is, as instead of physically moving the plane, he's instead going to fix it up then and there. Then why the fuck did he bring Rachel? Wouldn't it be better to have her stay on the farm, and if Mora then comes by, she'd be able to cover at him saying he's out taking a shit or something? Anyway, Miles and Rachel have a little heart-to-heart, and I'm sure you guys can guess where this is going. Yes, they're getting a little closer until Miles says something stupid and Rachel threatens to kick his ass. You know, just as it has been every fucking time they've talked up till now. They talk and Miles mentions the idea of having Rachel fighting in the arena, and that's basically all we get from this scene. We then move on to Alejandro's farm where the wolf Vincent is waiting for Tootsie and they start talking about Alejandra. I gotta be honest, it's pretty nice that we are focusing so much on Alejandra lately. This, however, immediately changed when, for some odd reason, the only person Vincent is now interested in is Mora. A person he has never fucking met!
Gee, I hope that preacher gets here soon so I can marry Sue!
Vincent, as well as the rest of the board, thinks that Alejandra has gone insane. And not just, oh my god, the lack of content in Destiny is insane. No, I mean really insane. And why? Sure, her tactics and spending choices thus far has been less than stellar, but that doesn't fucking mean you're insane. That means you're stressed. But we've already seen what these guys think is drama, so this is now what they think insanity is. They talk about how Mora seems to be centered around every decision Alejandra has made lately, and seriously, how are they able to establish a pattern already? She wanted to make a deal with Mora, and failing that, she went to buy the lot once it was made available, and then she lost to Mora at the farm festival. See, even the comic is now straight up denying that it was even a tie. And wait! And the last I heard about her, she beat Alexandria at last year's Harvest Festival. You mean she beat you at the last year's farm festival? Seriously, how the fuck does this company work? Alejandra took over the farm from her dad, which was only a few acres of land and a few cows. I mean, think about it. Who the fuck hired these guys? Vincent, not getting the answers he wanted, decides to give Alejandra a sick leave of 2 weeks for her to sort her shit out. He, however, states that this is only a temporary solution and asks Tootsie why that is, who then replies that they are in the red as long as they have the land. Then fucking downscale! If you want that land so badly but you're losing money, sell some of your existing land! For hardcore business people, these guys don't know a fucking thing about business! It's almost like no thought nor research went into this comic! So Tootsie gets in her car and drives like a madman to reach Alejandra before something. Also, couldn't this have been done over the phone if she was in that big of a rush? And what is the rush? She has 2 weeks of sick leave. Those 10 minutes, you may say, by driving like a complete psycho, isn't gonna make much of a difference. Whoa, wait, hold up, whoa! There it is. A dog. The first actual animal we've seen in this comic thus far. I've banged on long enough about animals and these furries coexisting for this video, but this fucking little shit raises more questions than it answers. Anyway, Tootsie is panicking about what to do. Should she trust that Alejandra knows what she's doing, or should she doubt her and think she has indeed lost her mind? It's almost like this entire issue could be solved by just talking to Alejandra instead of panicking. I can't believe that solution keeps escaping these writers. I mean, seriously. Tootsie crashes in the river and shows up at Alejandra's door. Apparently, Alejandra already knows that she is on sick leave. It's almost like a phone call did the job nicely, isn't it? Alejandra immediately starts talking about business, and Tootsie says she can't do anything while on sick leave. Actually, you can! Heck, sometimes it's even half expected of someone to do some work on sick leave. Anyway, Tootsie balls up and tells Alejandra that she doesn't want to see Alejandra throw her life away just out of hate against Mora, and even goes as far as to take Vincent's side. So now even Alejandra's best friend is turning against her. Remind me who the villain is. Okay, I know we've had our laughs over me taking Alejandra's side, but really, come the fuck on. This should be the protagonist.
This is a character that faces adversity and betrayal. We know what drives her, we know what her goal is, even if it's super silly. But no! By all means, let's root for the woman who wants to keep her parents' farm because she... I don't know. I mean, she's clearly several times stated she doesn't like the farm work, and if it's because of her family, why not close down the farm and do something else? Like a cafe or a barbershop or fuck, even a brothel at this point. This comic is coming apart so easily if you just nudge it that I don't even want to know what the white sticky stuff is that holds it together, cause it's sure as fuck not glue! For fuck's... So Tootsie and Alejandra talk about how they built this company together! Meaning it's independent. It's these two who calls the shot. Who the fuck is this committee? And how are they connected to the farm? If it's a huge important plot point, maybe you should try explaining it some!
This is gonna annoy the shit out of me in the future. Guess I'll just have to add it to the list. And that was for video 2, I think it was.
Alejandra and Tootsie go back and forth, and Alejandra, you do know you can wear your nightgown properly, right? Unless you're trying to seduce Tootsie. At this point, it wouldn't surprise me. But hey, by all means, don't hold back on the needless fan service on my part.
Or, well, I say needless, but truth is, this comic would be but a fucking virus on the net if not for the fan service. Now it's just a virus on the net with tits.
So, because we can't have Alejandra act like herself and actually listen to Tootsie as the one voice of reason that we've clearly seen her value more than anyone else, she instead goes straight to calling
Betrayal! What? Betrayal!
And more or less tells Tootsie to fuck off. And she does, leaving Alejandra to wallow in her own misery.
Comic, you had a good thing going here. You had a villain that the reader with a little common sense would side with against Mora. You had someone we could relate to. So why the fuck do you insist on ruining that for yourself? Believe it or not, I am trying to like you. I am. So stop removing the things I can defend you with. At this point, the only thing I can defend you with is Rachel. So with that, let me just leave you with one last thing.
The king has returned.
So, a little house cleaning seems to be in order.
Let's talk about burden of proof. Basically, what it is when someone says you're wrong, then the burden of proof lies on them to prove that you are indeed wrong. Sort of to back up their claims. Since my latest video, various supporters of Les Lindes has been rather verbal in trying to shut me down, and some of the stuff is rightfully justified. I did indeed forget to mention how Deus Ex Machina took over Les Lindes temporarily, and I have been making a huge deal out of the fact that the animals and furries in this universe coexist, and keeps referring to one thing being the other. But then there's the rest. I won't say I'm right, you're wrong, and leave it at that, and people might scoff that I'm actually taking up the fight in the comments of my videos. But I refuse to just say you're wrong and not prove why. I dare say that up to this point in my review of Les Lindes, I have pointed out exactly what I don't like, why I don't like it, and what you could do to fix it, if you so desired. There we go. Now the burden of proof lies with the supporters of this comic. It is your turn to tell me why I'm wrong and give me proof of that.
And this is just when talking about inconsistencies and plot holes.
Yes, thus far, every time people have commented in how I'm wrong about this review, they pointed out things that they claim I have misunderstood. But is this all it takes to hate or not hate a comic? Whether or not it's consistent? That's like a point on a checklist when writing a book for beginners. It's a given. That I find the comic is inconsistent and has huge plot holes is but one of the many reasons why I think this comic is bad. It's not boring, no, I'll give it that, it's just not interesting. Think about it, what has happened thus far? What is the goal with the comic? What story are we taking part of here? It's a horny, unlikable cunt wanting to make a farm work, and the rest of the story is more or less how she's getting every solution thrown in her face almost immediately after the issue has appeared. Is this really interesting? Imagine if every time the Joker was fucking up shit in Gotham, some Deus Ex Machina would come in and save the day before anything of importance could happen. That's not interesting, nor is it good storytelling.
Be totally honest with me here. How many times have you actually read this comic and been like, oh gee, I can't wait to see what's going to happen in the next 20 strips?
I for one can't do that, cause I know every issue will be solved almost immediately. There's no drama, no tension, no goal. Heck, there's hardly even a story worth mentioning. And really, ask yourself, could a really good comic really escape almost 4 hours worth of video just talking about how shit it is?
So what it boils down to now, before we get into the actual review of this, is that the burden of proof now lies with you guys. Let me know why I'm wrong. Like I've been saying before, I wanna like this comic, so if you're really disagreeing with my points, explain to me why I'm wrong. Back that up with evidence. Uberquest, Dreamkeepers, and Caribbean Blue made me a believer of the furry community as a whole, so it would show that I'm not above being proven wrong. In the meantime, let me just prove even further how crap this comic is.
Randall and Taffy are going on a date, and already this fucking dialogue. Taffy says she's really looking forward to this thing, and Randall says that she's already looking pretty relaxed. Was she nervous before? Did she say she was? And then Taffy says she's just happy to wear what she wants. Is anyone forcing her to wear particular clothes? Does it say she has to always wear dresses or shirts that tell people to beat her up in a contract? And just, Mario? She's wearing a Mario shirt? So Super Mario is now part of this universe, cause fuck me, I guess.
This fucking Super Mario tattoo is coming off right this fucking minute! I don't want to be associated with this!
To be fair, I will admit this strip is pretty cute and funny, with everyone addressing Randall and Taffy's little outing as a date, and... Wait. What? Wait, hold on What? Since... Okay! So, apparently since page 324 we now have 4 people working on this comic. 4! Let me put that into perspective for you. Dreamkeepers, 2 people. Uberquest, 2 people. Sunstone, 2 people. Like a daisy, 1 girl. This comic has 4 people working on it, and it has more inconsistencies and poorly addressed plot points than this comic, which was also made by just 1 person.
Guys, more writers isn't necessarily a good thing.
Like, let me make up an example for this. Fox wants to make a comedy. Soulcat wants it to be about sex. Chala wants it to be a slice of life comic, and Kuram wants it to be drama. If you take all these different minds about what one thing should be, you're gonna wind up with a mess. Steak is good, ice cream is good, Coca-Cola is good, and Metal Gear is good. But if you mix it all together, well, let's just say I doubt you'd eat it. There's an old saying that goes, the hunter who chases 2 rabbits catches neither one. And here we have 4.
Another saying is that clever man doesn't piss against the wind and clever man doesn't read Las Lindas.
So Taffy and Randall goes out to eat. Taffy is eating spinach, mushrooms and extra cheese on hers, while Randall is stating that if you put bacon on something, he'll probably eat it.
You were simply not hot enough to work on the farm. Rest in peace, you magnificent sauce of bacon. Rest in peace.
The date continues, and it's so nice to see that Taffy and Randall, 2 characters I only have a little against, are hitting it off. And honestly, the date is pretty cute and romantic, and even though both of them agreed taking it slow, the date ends with a kiss under the moonlight.
Aw, this is some really heartwarming romance. I really hope nothing will ruin this. Some say love, it is a river.
Back at Buttfuck Central, better known as Las Lindas, Mora is waiting for Randall and Taffy to get home, hoping for all the saucy details. I assume when you're as much of a slut as Mora is, you kind of default into thinking that people do anal on their first date. Someone's at the door and Mora goes to open it and it's Tootsie? Okay, who just walks inside like she owns the place. Mora is shocked that Tootsie is there, but even more so by the fact that she walked all the way from Gossamer. Let's ignore the fact that Mora would have no way of knowing that Tootsie did indeed come from Gossamer, and instead address the fact that Mora has no reason for being shocked, as she herself has walked this path several times earlier in the comic. One could be persuaded to thinking that these writers don't actually read their own comic for consistency. Don't know where that's coming from, I know. Tootsie apparently has a great plan, but first she wants to find out why Mora and Alejandra are such enemies. Surprisingly enough, the writers actually stick with the story of this all being because Mora ran away with Alejandra's high school crush. While it is commendable that this comic actually managed to be consistent for once, it revives a problem with it that Tootsie happily points out. That's a really shitty reason. Maybe it's just me, but wouldn't this have been far more understandable, and wouldn't we be able to relate far more with the story if we knew far more about how Alejandra was feeling about the guy? To see her dreams and love get crushed by Mora's epic boobage, and then you'd find out Mora did it because she knew the guy was bad news and she wanted to protect Alejandra, and this would create a rift between the readers where one group would side with Alejandra and another side with Mora, and it would be well written, and then maybe I wouldn't be on my 8th fucking video explaining how shitty this fucking comic is, and maybe I would then be able to overlook the fact that Tootsie is straight up saying that she's a mouse! And Mora's a cow, but she's not a cow, but she's totally a cow, and what is real life? Rainbow all the way! Oh my god, someone please end me from this fucking torment! Randall and Taffy comes home to find Tootsie using Mora to give her some fan service. Now, whether or not Taffy and Tootsie know each other, we as normal readers don't know. We can only assume as much from how buddy-buddy Taffy and Tootsie are. If they truly did know each other before this, how come they seem so thrilled to see each other again? I mean, did Alejandra never mention who works at Las Lindas? And did Mora never explain who it was that created that mushroom cloud explosion next to the farm? Anyway, what we're supposed to be paying attention to is the talk that Randall and Mora has, which is them talking about whether or not Mora should go and check on Alejandra. Now, believe it or not, I've actually had people writing me saying how Mora is a good character. That's it. I don't gotta follow up. That was the joke. And I can sort of assume this is one of the pages that they'll use to show Mora being a nice person. The reason I'm saying that, and this is in no shape or form an attack on the readers, is because from what I've seen, the supporters of this comic seem to have a very selective memory. Like, sure, the outcome of this strip is Mora going to help Alejandra, but this isn't a selfless act. Mora does this to avoid getting more inconvenient visits from Tootsie or more drama from Alejandra. In other words, this is but another act to serve her own needs. I challenge you, find me one point where Mora truly did something selfless, only to benefit the other person and not herself in any way. If you're having trouble, just remember that we are over 350 pages in. Now, I don't remember the exact term. I believe it's something like saving the cat or something like that. Either way, it's a technique used in writing. It is when you give the readers a reason to like a character, for example by having him or her save a cat. Obviously, that's not the only way of doing it. You can have your character do anything that'll make you like them, like lending a person a phone, give an encouraging pat on the back of someone who needs it, or just give a compliment or be funny. The reason why I bring this up is because, well, we haven't seen any of that with Mora to my knowledge. Everything she has done has either been for her own good, or it's something she does after being forced to do it, or she's reluctant to do. Instead, what this comic has done is something we can actually call kick the cat, or more fittingly, smack the cat with a frying pan. You've been given ample reasons to hate Mora instead of liking her. Oh no, Raisa, you're totally forgetting that she's letting people stay on her farm! Need I remind you that the reason she's doing this is to have people work for her, and even if that wasn't the case, it was still something she was reluctant to do on her own. After this review's portion of literary techniques, we move on to Mora monologuing about her relationship with Alejandra over the years.
Basically, it goes as well as you would think, with it contradicting itself with how well Mora and Alejandra knew each other. Plus, dances around the fact that Alejandra and Mora could have just talked about this. I mean, with Mora being Alejandra's guardian and being more experienced in sticking shit inside of her, I don't see why Alejandra wouldn't listen to her. I know you wouldn't have what these writers think is drama if you did that, but then give us a reason why it didn't work out. Show us that Mora tried, but Alejandra was too madly in love to hear reason, which would force Mora into doing what she did. This would be your saving the cat moment. Instead, now all we're left with is contempt and the thought, "What? What the fuck?" Mora shows up at Alejandra's home, which would seem to be located several hundred miles away if it can now be dawn when it was clearly midnight when we last saw Mora. Mora stumbles across Alejandra, or rather Patches as she's now suddenly calling her because the writers thought it would be cute, who is shooting her old trophies. The next page is yet another one of those pages that makes me question the writer's skill. And not because I normally hold them in high regard, obviously. In fact, it's the opposite. This is another one of those strips that shows just how shit Mora is, with Alejandra explaining just how much she has lost due to Mora's whimsies and Mary Sue luck. Alejandra also states that she's been scandalized by, and I quote, by the High Prime, my own board of directors, and by you. Yep, there it is. Her own board of directors. Hers, meaning she owns it. Meaning she's above them. Meaning they can't fucking take decisions about their own fucking boss's future. They can't replace her. They can't force her to take a sick leave. They can fuck off and all. Why don't you go tell your boss that he's a huge shit and he should take a sick leave? It's the exact same thing! We then move on to Mora consoling Alejandra, saying she wants her to understand and that she's willing to forgive her. Mora forgives? Alejandra? Mora's going to forgive Alejandra? How? Seriously? Really? Really? Mora forgives Alejandra? For what? What the fuck did Alejandra do to Mora? Are you talking about the time Mora almost got choked? That was a malfunction. That didn't carry any ill intent. Are you perhaps referring to her going to dig up Diana's grave? Well, she didn't, and it was on her land as far as I can understand. To continue before I literally vomit blood out of pure anger that a comic can be this poorly written, Mora continues explaining to Alejandra that they should put aside the differences that originated from something as silly as a teenage crush. That's when Alejandra says that she did all she did not because of her high school crush, but because Mora upped and left when Diana needed her the most, and Alejandra tried to fill the hole Mora left. Seeing it's not written, I can only assume she built a company so big and earned so much money that Randall and Diana, if she hadn't died, would have never needed anything ever again. There are actual people who think that Alejandra is the villain. Let me just let you sit with that for a while and just think it over. So Alejandra chews Mora up and eventually drops her spirit gem thingy. For the sake of the story, Alejandra has now seemingly lost all interest in the thing that she was so happy suddenly worked before and is now back to shitting all over it. Mora doesn't want to have any of it and says she can't let Alejandra destroy it because it's a living person. No, it's not. It's like a mirror. If it's a reflection of something, it's an instrument which takes something in and puts something out. In fact, if Mora activated this spirit gem, there should be another digit, as it would be a reflection of Mora's soul. In other words, it's not a living person. It's a thing that does something. You don't hear me referring to my Metal Gear Rex as a living thing either. And I dare fucking say I love the shit out of this. So, because Mora fears Alejandra will destroy the spirit gem, she then takes the gem and keeps it for safekeeping. Alejandra says that Mora should just fuck off and leave her alone, but Mora insists on helping her. Okay, I can live with Mora for once doing a selfless act, and is seemingly wanting to help Alejandra. Fair game, good on you, comic. Here's my issue though. Why now? Why does she suddenly want to help Alejandra now? What has happened to suddenly make more compassionate about Alejandra? Why does she extend her help to Alejandra now, when up to now she's done nothing but insult and assault her? This leads us into another of those fancy schmancy segments of my reviews where I try and share a little literate know-how with you guys. Today's subject is a thing called plot convenience. It more or less says in the word what it is, but I still want to talk about it a little. Plot convenience is when something happens in a story that's just so conveniently made for the plot to continue. Plot convenience is often confused with deus ex machina, which is when a person or an object helps in one way or another and is coming out of freaking nowhere and is ever so convenient. Plot convenience is, however, on a more grand scale. It's where the story just so happens to allow certain things to help the plot along. Mora suddenly supporting Alejandra like this is one of such plot conveniences. Because we haven't seen anything that would make her suddenly do this other than it being convenient for the plot. Plot convenience isn't exactly a sure certain way to have your story accused of poor writing, but it should work as a warning sign that something is up. But then again, meh, what the fuck do I know, right? So after Mora tells Alejandra that Tootsie is waiting at Las Lindas, Alejandra flips her tits and smacks Mora in the back of the head with the stock of her priorly broken shotgun, as she hisses at Mora for taking everything from her. With the drinking game going on, I know there's a high chance of this, but was I drunk when I read that Alejandra fucking fired Tootsie? Anyway, Alejandra immediately panics once she comes out of her hissy fit and asks Mora if she's okay. Because Mora doesn't exactly have anything that Alejandra could knock loose in her head anyway, she's super fine and just keeps telling Alejandra that they're going to Las Lindas to talk things over. What then follows is Alejandra explaining how she wanted to buy Las Lindas before Mora's mother, Diana, died. The reason for doing this was to lessen Diana's burden and so she could spend more time with her and look over her in her last days alive. All the while, our protagonist was out looking for her dad, which is a thing that I honestly don't think you're ready to hear. But Randall insists that Mora tells him, Alejandra, and us about what happened on her little journey out to find her dad. This is first after Mora says she did nothing wrong and Randall is saying she knows that Mora is a good person on the inside. I suppose the writers are trying to get back into the whole joking feel again. So Mora tells us about her hunt for her dad and even straight up says, I had to do whatever I could to get by. So I had to work. Well, I'm not proud of it, but I got by. Ladies and gentlemen, our protagonist is from this point forward officially, in every sense of the word, a whore. Which is good, because now I can call her that without sounding like I'm just calling her names. You fucking whore! So, get this. When Mora finally found her dad, he was being made experiments on, complete with being naked and test tubes going in and out of his super ripped body. Not only that, but... I can't believe I'm saying this. He also has one glowing red eye as well as tribal-esque markings spanning up to cover the entire left side of his face. Do I really have to say anything? It's Sasuke. It's literally Sasuke. Look at this. How is this not Sasuke? Why is no one calling all the bullshit on this? We are a Sharingan thingy away from it being a total complete ripoff. But right now we're just settling with a ripoff. And fucking really? This is what was going on? Her dad is this super experimental dude in some secret lab? Why the fuck didn't Mora go to the police, the news, give an anonymous tip if she was worried about how people coming after her? Why is this not the main focus of our story? Why is this first brought up now? You would think Mora's dad, being the last bunny of the Uchiha clan, would have some kind of major plot relevance. How the fuck does Mora go from, oh shit, my dad is being experimented on and could very possibly be the world's first chemically enhanced super soldier ninja bunny, to, hey, I wanna trick a horny fuck into working on my farm cause shit's hot? Where the fuck is her priorities? Where are these writers' priorities? When even half okay writers makes background stories for their pre-established characters after they've been introduced and we've gotten to know them, they make the background lead somewhat up to what the character is like when we first see them. This in no shape or form justifies or explains why Mora is as she is, and even makes you question even further how carefree and unfocused she is. And I'm gonna stop some of you before you even get out of your fucking corner and say that this is some stress-induced memory suppression, because this is not how it works. If you're going to tell Mora suppressed all of this because of how fucked up the whole thing was, then she shouldn't be able to remember anything about it. And let's not forget, it's fucking Sasuke! So Mora continues to saying what I've been saying all this time, that she was miles away when Diana died and she should have been there instead of chasing someone who decided to leave her even before Mora was born. Which begs the question, why does she then keep saying it was her parents' farm and not just her mother's? Randall and Alejandra react somewhat realistically and is flipping their tits over Mora's revelation that her dad was something that's called a Narakan. While showing concern and interest in Mora, the best thing Mora can do in return is shitting on Randall and Alejandra for digging up in her past. Classy. Alejandra goes on to question whether or not Mora really saw what she thinks she saw, seeing she smacked her over the head with a shotgun stock, and says that if her dad was really a Narakan, that could mean that Mora is also one of them, referring to her being an Narakan, a tainted prime. And now Mora is also some kind of special person. Now drop that bass!
That's the life of a Mary Sue.
Not really as explosive as I had hoped. Yes, Mora is now suddenly a fucking tainted prime. Let's just fucking light this damn super special snowflake up in bright purple neon, why don't we? I swear at this point it's a wonder that Mora doesn't have heterochromia iridium. Anyway, Mora goes on to say she's not a monster. And I'm not bald or slightly intoxicated by default from my Danish heritage. Now it's time for Mora to rip off Twilight, as she talks about how her parents were always on the run and couldn't stay in one place more for a certain time before people started figuring out that her dad was a Narakan. And hey, with this knowledge, isn't it fucking obvious why her dad left? He didn't want to have his history badly influence Diana and Mora, and he's just a misunderstood dad who tried to protect his family. Watch this be the case, cause it took me like 5 seconds to come up with. Anyway, Alejandra leaves saying she needs time to absorb all of this, and Mora is having an existential crisis. And please, just take a moment to think about how fast this all became about Mora. Before it was her mom and dad, and then all of a sudden it's all about Mora being an Narakan or not, or how people will react to her. Narcissism, thy name is Mora. As a result of this, Mora is having a cry about how everyone will now leave her seeing the truth is out, and Randall hugs her saying she isn't a monster to him. Randall is basically like the supporters of this comic, ignoring what is right fucking there. Like you can see, it's right fucking there! It's shit! We skip to Mora having all Diana's possessions spread out over her bed, and Minos asked about it. Mora says it's all she has left of her mother and would wish that she was still there so she could ask her how she was able to raise a family, run a farm, and still be so kind to people. Minos then, straight up lies and says that he has seen Mora capable of great charity. Charity. The practice of being benevolent, giving, and sharing. Nope, I'm not seeing it. So I'm actually just gonna skip most of this, cause it's all just the comics trying to force its readers into believing that Mora is a nice person, by completely overlooking her previous actions, and twisting everything that she has done into being a selfless act, which we have already established they weren't. So we jump forward to Alejandra arriving to the farm later that evening. Alejandra then says she wanted to thank Mora for her help because she, in Alejandra's words, didn't have a reason to go to her house and get her out of the mess she put herself into. See? This is what the pages prior to this was. Just, straight up lying. Yes! Mora had a reason to go to her house because she didn't want more drama to happen to bother her. She did this for herself, and Alejandra didn't put herself in the situation. Mora did. Mora was the one who stole the prize in front of her, and Amber was the one who prevented Alejandra in expanding her business because she was insisting on helping Mora because she's a Mary Sue. Anyway, Alejandra forgives Mora and then asks Mora for forgiveness, even though she's done nothing that could be forgiven. Luckily, Mora doesn't say she forgives her, and they then have some great juice as they toast to the future. Let's toast with them, cause there's no way in fucking hell I can survive this shit sober. The next thing we see is Alejandra consulting her board, more or less saying how she's stepping down, but is taking the position of overseeing the new Alexandria Health Foods division. This is not done, however, after giving us Tootsie, giving us a long speech about how they'll be working the company from now on. Seriously, do we need to get it in so much detail? Sit the fuck down. Before you flip your proverbial tits at me and go, you can't complain about the business being too lax and then complain about it being too complicated. Let me just, stop you. Yes! I did indeed complain earlier about the writers knowing nothing about business, with how a board works and how companies work in general. And we are indeed now seeing a lot of company babble. The problem with this is that it's functioning a lot like if I asked what a carrot was. The good answer would be that it's a vegetable that you can eat and it's good for you and it's as tasty as balls. The bad answer would be to more or less read aloud the entire Wikipedia page on carrots. Show, don't tell. Show us these guys knows what business is, instead of having them talk a lot about business we don't care shit about and we won't need in the future. If I have ever given an advice, this is it. Fucking show. Don't tell. You're making a comic. You're working with imagery. I mean, do you need this too? Yo, this dude is acting mad crazy. This guy is acting mad crazy. He doesn't act like a deputy. You know he's not acting like a deputy because this motherfucker is actually decoactivist and he's trying to find out what Speck knows so he can kill his ass. But that's also why he dies later. But actually he's taking the persona of Second from fucking Metal Gear Snake Eater. So this motherfucker is actually trying to find out what Snake knows. But that's because Descartes is actually the villain. He's the villain. He's trying to, look like... Yeah, and now he dies. So as if the whole stepping down as CEO and asking for forgiveness from Mora wasn't infuriating enough, Alejandra and Mora are now business partners. Why? Plot convenience, of course. It's not like Alejandra could have gotten the produce she needs elsewhere, and probably better so. I mean, she even states that Mora has to change what she's growing to fit Alejandra's demands. See, this is where you would be able to show Alejandra being a good businesswoman. Show her walking around, checking out various vendors' produce. Show her holding up various vegetables next to the other. And not just have her team up with Mora because of a dumb, poorly planned, plot convenient, shitty thought out, forced and uncreative bullshit! Another example of this comic telling instead of showing is how before Alejandra leaves Mora, Mora gives her back her nanocell crystal. Okay, stop it here. What does this mean? Well, it means that Mora trusts Alejandra, right? After all, she took the crystal because she thought Alejandra was gonna destroy it. We are clever readers. We can put 2 and 2 together, right? Well, the writers apparently don't think so, and they have Alejandra straight up ask if this means that Mora now trusts her. This right here, this right here is a fucking clever analogy of death and life, he comes in on a train, and the train is it's bringing him to life, right? And now he's boarding a train to leave, so he arrives at life, that's birth, and now he's leaving, and everyone's crying, and everyone's saying goodbye, and saying how they won't cry and they want to put up a strong front and shit. So this is all a clever analogy of death. You see how much this is like death? Yeah, because that's because this shit right here is death. Alejandra goes to bed after talking to herself.
We are all stronger than we think. I imagine myself a failure and was one because of it. I needed a road to success, and there it was. My name is Alejandra, and I'm strong enough to face another day.
I don't even know where to begin with this, nor where to end, really. So let's just skip this one for now. The next morning, Alejandra wakes up, noticing that she has her nanocell bracelet on. Quickly putting 2 and 2 together, she knows this means that her nanocell is finally out and about. We close this chapter off with Fee, Alejandra's spirit, saying,
I'm here to be your resident spirit, Miss Alejandra. Don't forget to feed me or not. I don't really know. And feel free to set up a modem at your own leisure. That is actually needed.
We start the next chapter out with Tootsie, who's out moving stuff around for her new lab. She then explains her robot, Big Cheese, why her new lab will be better than her last, because she can somewhat rip off Dr. Insano.
With science?
I'm having Sonic 2 flashbacks with having what I love being ripped open and then just pounded in the ass. Miles comes by Tootsie, who's doing her best Iron Man impression, and is immediately like a little kid when he then sees all the mechanic equipment that Tootsie has laying around, even go as far as to jump into Tootsie's Big Cheese robot.
It's time for another good idea, bad idea. Good idea.
This is a good scene, because we have already established that Miles loves mechanics, and so it's obvious that he would love all the gizmos that are lying around, further establishing a trait from Miles that we haven't seen very much of.
Bad idea.
This is however made super dumb by the fact that it's obvious this is all just to have Tootsie yell, "You touched my cheese!" in the hope of making it a catchphrase or a t-shirt design or something. This is just speculation however, but the way it's framed and how forced it is hard to think of other things it could be. Anyway, Tootsie catches Miles, who is all over her cheese, put in your sexual innuendo here, and then fires him away with its rocket. Ding dong, the witch is dead? Does this mean Miles is dead now? I know it's supposed to be slapstick humor, but we have skipped some levels here. Like, we started off with showing Miles getting bonged on the head and have hot tea poured down on him as slapstick humor, but we've also seen people almost dying from drowning, plus presented the threat of being electrocuted from the well as something you can die of. Plus, early in the comic, when Minos is throwing gophers, Rachel presents the possibilities that they could be harmed by the huge throw. Well, here's to hoping, I guess. We move on to a scene I was first ready to rant and rave about, with Digit and Phi being asked what to do about the whole Alejandra moving scenario. Because, well, why? Why the fuck is Era, I guess it is, going so much out of her way to help these two? Her support was limited to get Digit back up to speed after her malfunction, and now she's going out of her way to help Mora and Alejandra with the whole ordeal? And while I was ready to shit on this and make a huge deal out of it, we didn't see Phi and Digit talking about how they'd go about making the entire thing easier to work with. And this is actually handled pretty well, because we see Phi being super analytical about everything, and Digit being more of a people person, both representing individually Alejandra and Mora, or rather what Mora was supposed to be like. The whole thing is good until this sentence.
Digit is a sacred spirit, the rarest to be certain. It takes a strong, compassionate heart to keep a sacred spirit alive.
Then why isn't she dead yet? And really? The rarest? God forbid our dear brightly lit purple snowflakes that now is also playing dubstep isn't special enough! We move back to the farm where Mora is going through job applications. Wasn't the whole issue they couldn't get any applications before? And now they seemingly have over 30? Why exactly does people suddenly want to work for Mora? Maybe because her boobs have grown a few sizes since last? I don't know. And now Taffy is straight up wearing a maid outfit. I guess that's one of the outfits Mora is just forcing Taffy to wear by contract. And then, just like that, Mora finally does her first real selfless act, which is to order pizza to let Taffy have a night out so she can have a night out with Randall. Oh, it only took us 390 pages! Let me just point out that Caribbean Blue is finished at this point, and that wasn't even 350 pages long. UberQuest, as it is now, is not even 100 pages long, and in each of these comics you've already found out why you should like the various main protagonists. Taffy and Randall spent their date out looking at gaming stuff, and now suddenly they're throwing glasses on Taffy cause, I don't know, I guess someone dug the hot librarian look and figured it would fit Taffy. Anyway, they find a ton of tabletop games and books, and then bump into some of Taffy's friends, who then ask who Taffy's new girlfriend is, and I suddenly think I know who our new office persona is. Can't quite put my finger on why though. Taffy introduces Randall and her current living situation to the two girls, Pepper and Coco, going as far as to say she's working at Las Lindas with her best friend Mora. If that sounds like it's forced, well, shit, you know how it goes by now. And we also find out that it would seem like Tootsie was part of these guys' old D&D gang. Coco cuts all the tension and says how she has found the perfect class for Randall, which is a paladin, to which Randall replies, "What's a paladin?"
You are not gonna believe this shit.
How are you today? I thought that I knew all of the paladins around here.
What's a paladin? What's a paladin? What's a paladin?
What's a paladin?
What's a paladin?
Show it again.
What's a paladin?
Again.
What's a paladin?
Again.
What's a paladin?
What's a paladin? Fuck you!
This is where I want to introduce you guys to the Las Lindas suicidal drinking game. The rules are simple. Every time something is super sexy for no reason at all, you take a shot. So, bottoms up. Oh, this was a bad idea.
A suicidal drinking game, eh? Why not? It's not like I have anything to live for. Let's get this party started! Oh god, this was such a bad idea.
A quick pop quiz. What should you do immediately after a plot point? Do you A, make a jelly? You don't fucking skip it is what you fucking do!
If Alejandra has a milk company, and milk comes from cows, and cows are a people, then doesn't that mean... The only thing I learned here is that everyone's problems would be solved if they just fucked each other. Huh. Didn't last as long as I thought it would.
Las Lindas drinking game. Let's do it. I can already tell this was a bad idea. You know what? This was a really bad idea. I'm gonna go get some water now and change to that. You know what? This wasn't even a worse idea. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to finish this one. You know what? I give up. I'm out of alcohol, the water's going right through me, so I'm leaving now.
I'm okay, cause I have the things and the suit. What the hell's going on? I don't even know anymore. That wasn't vodka.
Let's do a funny thought experiment. No, seriously, it'll be hilarious. Take Las Lindas and flip it around. Have all the males be females and all the females be males. How fucking big an outcry wouldn't you have if Mora was a dude who got people to work for him just cause he was super handsome and had a big dick? Jennifer Hale, the voice actress of female Shepard from Mass Effect and Naomi Hunter from Metal Gear, once said something that has stuck with me to this day. The way you write a good female protagonist is that you write a story just like any other story, and then you just, coincidentally, have the main protagonist be a woman. That's it! Here's a tip. That's also a great way to not objectify women. The reason I'm saying all of this is because this is but another of the literal hundreds of issues of Las Lindas I have yet to bring up, and now seems as good a time as any. It objectifies women. Every girl in this comic is portrayed as sex on legs whose main function is there to get the reader and the male characters' rocks off. Even the strong, seemingly independent female characters, Rachel and Alejandra, happily swoon the moment a hot guy as much as look at them. Taffy can't even seem to function without having a guy either, despite her relationship with Miles went absolutely horrible. Quick pop quiz. What's Mora's main strength? Is it her too slow it's her boobs? Seriously, all Mora does is using her sex appeal to get what she wants. The reason why little to no of the female characters of this comic has any personality worth speaking of is because they're just meant to be a pair of boobs, an ass, and a pussy.
You're just the container I shoot it into.
Even what little personalities they have just defaults into various kinks one might have. Taffy is the sweet, innocent, and loving girl. Rachel is the reluctant and shit-talking one, and Mora is the wild one that'll speak all sorts of filth to you during the process. And Sarah? No! No! Bad! No! Do you know the trope 5-man band? Basically, it's the most brass-taxed, uncreative group of characters where all 5 people in the band just falls into the archetype described within. First of all, there is the leader. This is usually the quote-unquote hero of the comic and can be a mastermind, charismatic, level-headed, headstrong, or a combination of those. In this case, that's obviously Mora, or at least what she is meant to be. There's the Lancer, who is usually a contrast to the leader. In this case, that's obviously Rachel. There's the smart guy, the physical weak but intelligent or clever member, who is often nerdy and awkwardly played for comic relief. He's usually the buddy of the big guy. In case you haven't guessed it, the smart guy here is Miles. The big guy, the strong, dumb, and or silent type, is obviously Minos. And last, there's the chick. The chick is a peacekeeping role to balance out the other members' aggression, the one who keeps people from ripping each other's heads off. And this is Taffy. Honestly, we learned about the 5-man band when I was still in grade school, and these fuckers couldn't even escape from making the laziest fucking set of characters ever. They don't even remotely deviate from this trope. I cared more for the fucking Power Rangers, a show mainly intended for the young crowd, while this fucking steam pile of shit can't even make better characters. But whoops, maybe that's not fair comparison. I mean, for all we know, this comic is intended for kids at the age of 4. Seeing it so fucking clear that these writers didn't know who their audience was. I'm angry. I'm livid with this piece of shit. People think this is good. People look at this garbage and believe this is good writing. In case you haven't noticed, this has long since gone from being about the art and is now just about the writing. Why does this comic deserve so much hate, people might ask? Well, I'll tell you. It sets aspiring writers' standards too low. People look at Las Lindas and think, this is successful. Perhaps this is what goes as good writing, and thus they don't take it any further than this. It's like the people who commit crime simply because the media gives them so much attention. In their minds, that's what you have to do to get popular. Think about it. How many YouTubers did you see who copied PewDiePie down to a fucking T when he first became popular? To them, that was the pinnacle of online entertainment. I mean, fuck me, I'm doing this show because I was inspired by the Spoony one. Now, if you simply can't write any better than this, then fine, write shit like Las Lindas as much as you want. But imagine how many people who want to make their own stories who purposely kneecaps themselves to be like Las Lindas. Imagine if Attack on Titan started being all about Mikasa's tits, because every fucking other popular anime this day and age is all about boobs. And it's especially bad with Las Lindas, because the people who read this garbage are usually teenagers, arguably the most easily influenced people on this planet. Imagine what this comic does to them. It tells them that plot holes, shitty main protagonists, no plot, poor shit backstories, no drama, and absolutely horrendous storytelling can be easily swept under the rug as long as you give boobs enough screen time. So when this fucking cesspool of fur and bad writing starts ripping off the jokes of the thing that got me started on this whole thing, it's no longer about whimsy and fun and drinking games.
No, it's someone who wants people to have a higher standard and who's out for fucking blood. And just one more thing before we continue to actually read this comic. I will only say this once, so listen up. The art in this comic is good. It's great even. It's warm, it's colorful, and it has Cello's own unique flavor. It has its charm, and it can be incredibly hot when it wants to. Yes, Cello is a great artist, and has become a semi-decent comic artist. If you go back and watch my videos up to now, you'll see that I start shitting less and less about the art, and that's because Cello's art vastly improves. I personally think that the art at this point doesn't deserve all the hate it has gotten. I can't help but feel that it's just getting shat on because it's associated with the writing. What I'm getting at is that Cello, please fucking leave these amateurs and start working for someone who knows the nut from their elbow when it comes to writing. This is wasted potential at its fucking finest. Find someone who can actually write and brush up a little on making comic art, and I guarantee you'll be at least 10 times more successful than you are now. But oh no, I only shit on this comic, right? I never complimented anything. Fuck you! Fuck you! I'm fucking pissed! I'm pissed because this is torture! You know what the most effective way of torture is? Like, you think the best way of torture is just attaching a car battery to someone's nuts and let it stay like that overnight? No. The most effective form of torture is the one with the relief. The one where it eventually stops every now and then. The one that kinda gives you a briefing room to realize just how good it feels to not be tortured anymore just before it starts again. Cause, let's be honest, when I eventually grade this garbage, it'll still have a score over of 1. I mean, at times, you are more invested in it than Sonichu, and sometimes you care more about the characters than an Incarnate. But that's what makes it all so bad. You keep getting the relief, the prospect that this comic is going places, and then it yanks you down again. You keep constantly seeing what could have been. You keep being offered that hand that'll help you up after it beats you down, only to lift you up and suplex you through a table immediately again afterwards. It sets you up just to knock you down so much harder every goddamn time. I've lost count on all the times people have written to me saying how they'd have done the story different, and it's obviously always better. This goes to show that you could have had something super freaking good here. The premise has so much potential behind it, and the universe allows for so much to happen, but these writers either just don't see it or are too stupid to do anything with it. Defenders of this comic has even said to me that writers can't take every suggestion readers have, cause then it wouldn't be as limited as we know it. Good! That's exactly what would make it better! Okay, I think I'm good to get going. Actually, no. After Randall asks, like a total doofus, what a paladin is, we return to the farm where Rachel finds Sarah climbing around in the trees. Rachel isn't very happy about this, cause as she says, Sarah looks like a mess. How exactly? Are you referring to this one band-aid she has on her knee? She then follows up with saying that they have finally gotten her to dress right. Really? The only difference between this and Mora's whore outfit is that this one has short sleeves. That's hardly the issue here. To be fair though, they now have Sarah say that at least she's getting paid, and we can only assume that Rachel is being so as well. The problem with this at this point is the same thing that if the writers of this comic started addressing many of the other issues I brought up over the course of these videos. By tackling it now, sure we get some answers, but this is way too many pages we've been left clueless as to what's what about something as trivial as being paid. It's something that could have been easily done much sooner and would have avoided all these misunderstandings altogether. Now, don't misunderstand, I don't want all my answers here and now. There are some answers I'm perfectly fine with first getting way later, but kinda crucial stuff like this that at the same time is rather trivial shouldn't be waited with like this. I mean, you've firsthand seen what impression this can give you of the various characters. You won't honestly tell me you honestly believe I thought they weren't actually being paid. Of course I knew they were, but that's not what we were told through the story. Some stuff you just find out because you simply don't give the writers any credit, and you really don't want to be dependent on that. Speaking of poor writing, yeah, that's kind of becoming a running theme by now, Rachel is now stating yet again how they need to get out of the farm. Oh sweet fuck, are you serious? Okay, why? Why would you want to leave? You are clearly living well here at the farm despite Mora being a dumb bitch, and even if the people who are out to get Sarah, yeah, bet you forgot about those two, arrive, you got fucking Minos who can and has taken down huge fucking robots in a single strike. And he's immortal. And Mora inexplicably gets all kind of help thrown in her face due to her Marisu powers. The safest place on Neo Earth is quite literally at this fucking farm. And if we flip it around, why the fuck haven't you left yet? What is keeping them on the farm if not for the fucking security I just mentioned? They're clearly no longer paying off the shit they ruined if they just now stated that they get paid. And if it's Sarah staying there that's keeping them there, why not just put on your big sister boots and say, fuck you, my rules, and drag her along? It's not like we haven't seen her do stuff for Sarah's best despite Sarah's wishes. Anyway, because the writers didn't know how to end the strip, they have Sarah pop down and ask Rachel,
You mad? You are Jellycat? You got the ticklebuck?
Which makes Rachel blush. Since when the fuck did Sarah become the adult one? Since when did Rachel become the blushing one? And how the fuck is you mad applicable here? How is Jelly Kitty? What is Rachel jealous of? And judging by the seeming purposely grammar errors here, I can only imagine one of the writers has just discovered 4chan or some meme or some shit.
You're not funny and nobody likes you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the before strong and confident and independent Rachel now wants to leave Las Lindas simply because she can't talk to Minos. There's also the whole Mora being the worst misconception to ever crawl out of a trash can thing, but I assume that was kind of self-explanatory. But yeah, remember what I said about the strong independent girl earlier? Well, the writers are slowly but surely yanking more and more of that off of Rachel. Watch her be another lovey-dovey waifu at the end of this comic, just fucking watch it. Anyway, after a horribly dumb and unfunny joke, we follow Rachel inside the barn where she punctures her sandbag 2 places. How? No, never mind. Miles comes in despite the fact that he should be dead as shit and happily volunteers to be Rachel's new punching bag. It goes about as well as you'd expect, which is a good scene. Not just cause Miles gets his dumb face beaten in, but because the art is great. There's great angles and a good kinetic flow behind every punch Rachel does. The next page, however, immediately overshadows Charles' great art with the writer's horrible writing. Cause now Miles is just coming straight out and saying he's aiming for Rachel and that he likes her. Wow, that's arguably the most forced and contrived bullshit I've heard in a long time. I get the whole the enemy of my enemy is my friend, but to which extent have these two shared any sort of affections other than that one date? Next thing you're gonna tell me that Itward is gonna confess his undying love to the ice cream vendor cause they were on that one page together once. Speaking of which, where the fuck is Itward? So instead of kicking Miles' face off like any sane person would, she instead hauls her kick next to his head. And since when did Miles start getting bald? Damn man, I feel you. Hey, no, fuck you! I'm not gonna identify with this asshole! Anyway, yeah, you guessed it. Rachel doesn't push him away, cause everyone on the farm needs to hook up with someone else on the farm, cause god fucking bid we started using any new characters not on the farm. So, let's try something here. I'm gonna say something to you without showing you a picture, and you're gonna guess whether or not I'm making this up. In the meantime, I'll just show you Miles getting beaten up. Okay, here goes. Remember to use your knowledge of these characters to determine whether or not I'm making this up or not. Mora comes out to Minos and tells him they're gonna talk business if he has a second, to which Minos then replies that he has all the time in the world for her. He then proceeds to kiss Mora's cleavage and tell her she should just wait until later in the most suggestive way he possibly can. And the whole thing ends with Minos looking up at Mora from her cleavage with a super chibi expression. Are you done guessing? No, take your time. If you're watching this with someone, ask them what they think. Yeah? You good? Yep, this actually happens. What the fuck happened to the quiet and stoic Minos? Why all of a sudden is he all over Mora out in the public like this? This is so not like Minos has been established up to now. Up to now, he was the quiet and modest, strong gentleman who, however, behind closed doors will break you like fucking lumber. But hey, if Taffy and Miles can have that many personalities, why not Minos, am I right? I mean, character consistency, how is that important? This is stuff kids know. Clifford is a big red dog. Imagine if Clifford suddenly was a small yellow Roomba. Mora asks Minos to suit up so he can take care of the job interviews as part of his new promotion as a general manager. You know, the position that most commonly has an overall responsibility for managing both the revenue and cost elements of a company's income statement. The position that is least fucking suited for Minos and best suited for Rachel. I mean, shit, even Minos doesn't want to do it, and that's first after Mora has gone through all the trouble of dressing him up and explaining him what the job entails. Again, another fucking thing that would never have happened if they just fucking talked to each other. It's not that hard. It's really not that hard. It wasn't that hard at page 1, and it's sure as fuck not hard at page 403 either, you chotes! Minos and Mora talk things over, and not long passes before they suddenly decide to have sex, which Digit immediately feels. Am I the only one feeling that's kind of unnerving? That this thing that looks like a 12-year-old is clearly feeling exactly what Mora is doing and sticking inside of herself?
That would be probably the cleanest, best pleasure, I would say.
The cleanest, best pleasure.
Yes, sir.
Ugh. The next day we see someone running towards Les Lindas, and we know this dog here is gonna be the one they hire later on, cause she's upholding the manga trope of the hero always being late and kind of lost. I'll be honest and admit, I kinda like Sunny Cooper here as she's called. She's practically oozing with personality. Or maybe I should be more specific, she's oozing with a personality I don't wanna shit on. Minos is conducting interviews, including interviewing the Catbox mascot for some odd reason. It turns out Minos doesn't know his who from his horn when it comes to interviewing, knowing nothing about their benefits or in any way has his paperwork in order. It's almost like Rachel would have been a better fit for this job, isn't it? Even Miles sees how Minos is struggling and is thus bribing him into helping him with some shifts whereto Minos acts like a total pushover. I'm all for having characters that are not completely one-dimensional. But I also want the other dimensions to remind me of the same character! Outside, Taffy is talking with Sunny, describing how many people have shown up.
Gosh, can you believe how many people came? There's applicants from colleges and companies all over Prism.
I'm better now. Fuck you! Just fuck everything about you writers! Let me just read up 2 segments for you and maybe you'll understand where my issue is.
Their planet was called Prism, and its inhabitants called themselves the Primes.
Okay, and the next one is...
The ancient war began, and although our people fought with courage over many years, they were forced to abandon their destroyed home world. One can only imagine the pain of watching their beautiful home being reduced to stardust as they fled into deep space.
Are you seeing it yet? Let me make this as simple for you as I possibly can. Prism exists as much as these writers' talent. So it's completely fucking gone! It's absent! It's non-existent! It's nothing! Prison got blown up! There are no 2 ways about it. So how the shit can these guys come from there? Shit, fuck Sunny, if these guys can live in the darkest vacuums of space all nonchalant and shit and make it to this job interview all willy-nilly, then I dare say they are a fucking working force to be reckoned with. I'm just... fuck you. There's no fucking doubt in my mind that these guys don't know their own world worth a fuck. I mean, they've even said in one of their bonus comics that this world has a Kansas. Where on earth is Les Lindas then? Is there a Denmark on this planet? And if it's shaped like our world, where the fuck does Gossamer come from? And if it's not exactly like our world, how the fuck did they pick which countries and states to have on this? And what happened to the countries that couldn't be there? Did every inhabitant of those countries get exiled off the planet to forever walk in the deepest and darkest pits of space? Is that why there doesn't seem to be a problem with overpopulation on this planet? Seeing, I think if the human race had to live alongside first, we'd kinda have that problem. And if this is just me being super wrong and this is in fact Prism and not New Earth, then my problem with the Japanese flag earlier still stands. And if the gods could just create a New Earth, why the fuck didn't they just recreate Prism? I know I said that I didn't have any beef with the origin story, but in hindsight I actually fucking do! All around Prism my ass. And before you even say she could refer to these people originating from all around Prism, that doesn't work either, seeing that was over 1,000 years ago, and it doesn't seem like these things grow super old, seeing Taffy is only 26 years old. And even if it wasn't Prism but New Earth, a different planet, are you seriously going to tell me that people are coming across the fucking globe to work on a fucking farm? Surely you just mean all around Gossamer, or the country that they live in, which we haven't gotten a name for yet. We've reached a point now where I am keeping better track of this comic's lore than its own writers. Really? This should be the end of this whole thing. I can't top this. So yeah, the whole being paid and not being paid is a small oversight, and maybe a little too much thought was put into the whole animals and eating thing. Don't get me wrong, it's still errors no matter what, but I'll admit that they are forgivable. Forgetting where your entire race originates from and why they are now on this planet? Not as much. Guys, you guys who like this comic, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. You ready? Good comics doesn't have these issues! Sunny goes in to be interviewed, or rather Sarah yanks her in, where Miles gives her a job interview that would literally have any job interviewer fired faster than you can say sexual harassment. Despite this, Sunny gets hired, seemingly because Miles likes the fact that Sunny took management classes. But wait, turns out that Miles is simply going to hire basically everyone. Is he really that stupid? Doesn't he know that the entire point with an interview is to sort the good from the bad? And if it's supposed to be a joke, I dare say it's rather unfunny and rather sexist and forced. And let's discuss some of the people that Miles interviews. Why the fuck did this raccoon show up looking like he just came from live role-playing? Even more so with the cow chick. Why is she carrying a weapon with her? Why is this chick carrying a gun with her? It's a job interview. Who the fuck takes a weapon with them into a job interview with Miles? Oh. Outside, Minos is having a monologue to himself about how he fucked up the interview and how Mora is gonna give him hell and that he deserves it. While he did not exactly live up to the task that Mora gave him and instead abandoned it like a little child, he's still done so much for the farm that it should kind of be forgiven. And not only that, but it's Mora's own fault for leaving this task in the hands of someone who's clearly not capable. Again, she has no one to blame but herself for making bad decisions. Minos' self-pity, however, is cut short as a box is dropped from the sky with parachutes to the farm, with a note to it that says, "Your turn." Minos seems to know immediately what it means, so the box is obviously for him. How the fuck did the person in the plane know where Minos was? Isn't he a wanderer with no real address? It's not like he's in any public registry as an inhabitant of Les Lindas, right? And if it just happened to land there instead of on the farm, and Minos just happened to find the note attached to it as the first person, wouldn't that be incredibly forced? You got no idea. You literally have no idea. Back at the farm, Mora is about ready to skin Miles alive for helping out with the interviews, when really, as Miles points out too, she should take her anger out on Minos, who abandoned his post. But I suppose a boss can just make favorites, right? It's almost like dating the people you're working with is against many workplace rules and regulations for a fucking reason, isn't it? Anyway, before she can actually do anything to Miles, a loud crash can be heard from the kitchen. The crew tries to track down the culprit of all this damage, and they are eventually led to Mora's bedroom, where they find some fan service. You know what I keep saying about Les Lindas taking one step forward and a giant backflip back? Well, introducing Sunny was a step forward in the right direction. This right here, ladies and gentlemen, is the backflip. And not even a good one. It's one of those where you do the backflip and you land on your head and suddenly you can't feel your legs anymore. This is Giku. Yes, Giku. And isn't it funny how she's called that when she's obviously a lizard? Giku is the writer's dumb, shitty excuse to up the fan service by a freaking million. And she is also a walking trope that I personally freaking hate, which is the character who can't speak very well. You know, like me Risa, me review comics. Basically like Keiman Shuhei. Giku seems to have stolen a bunch of food and is now eating it on Mora's bed. Then why the hell was the faucet in the bathroom broken? Was she looking for cake in there? Either way, she of course funnels Mora and is crawling around on all four. Why exactly does she, of all people, crawl around on all four when we've not seen a single furry thus far not walking on two legs? And why is her way of speaking so fucked up? Even the people Edward found on the island spoke better English than this chick. Anyway, before I can ask more questions, Minos comes in to find Giku giving us even further fan service. Starting to see what I mean? When Mora asks Minos who Giku is, he replies with Giku being Minos' cousin. What then follows are two panels in which Mora's boob and Minos talk about things that I'm quite sure just takes turns in shooting the whole origin and difference between the furries and animals in the foot. Mora more or less just asks how this chick can be Minos' cousin when they are completely different species, and goes as far as to say that she looks more reptilian than bovine. Before the kneecapping of their own universe continues any further, Giku then says, "I didn't know you could sleep with your cousin," obviously insinuating that Minos and Giku has had sex. She could have just said that she wasn't Minos' cousin. But then we wouldn't have to take a shot now, would we? So, creating the theory that garbage characters attract other garbage characters, we now see Din and Jin again. And here I was just about ready to willingly forget they ever existed. They seem to recognize Giku as both keeper and mother. I'm gonna give the writers the benefit of the doubt here and say they are indeed not able to be children of Giku, seeing Din and Jin are obviously having fur while Giku has scales. You know, the exact same thing that Minos and Mora just brought up. Din and Jin tries to fly to Giku, but are immediately halted by the door that Mora slaps in Minos' face as a result of them arguing. Let me just remind you of a few things, cause it honestly seems like at this point I'm keeping better track of this comic than its own writers. Okay, so let's start with why Minos and Mora are fighting. Mora is chewing Minos' asshole because he has had sex with Giku, a chick he apparently knew before meeting Mora. This is coming from the chick who literally acted as a prostitute when looking for her dad. Talk about calling the kettle black. Now, I'm far from the first person to bring up this issue. In fact, there's a bunch of people who have brought this up. But my main issue is not as much this, as it's just ruining Minos even further, who already was on a sudden downward slope for some odd reason. Because, well, remember how big a deal it was that his last relationship was Grace? Another contradiction, by the way. Well, it was kind of important that his last partner was Grace, cause from the looks of things, he was still not over her. Plus, he didn't seem like the kind of guy to just have sex here and there. There's also the fact that Grace looks somewhat like Mora, and one could be persuaded into thinking that Mora just filled the void that Grace left, which, you know, could have been used for actual drama. What it boils down to is that now Minos is no longer this valorous knight who gave his heart and soul to one lady and only hooked up with Mora in the hopes of feeling like he did back then. Now he's just another sex-depraved twat who'll jump on anything as long as the nookie is good enough. I didn't even know I had something in Minos I liked. Guess it's true what they say, that you don't know what you have until it's gone, huh? Din and Jin chases after Giku as they call her both mother and mom, so it is an actual mother we're talking about here. Which, like I said, makes no sense seeing they're completely different species. How the hell do you give birth to something that's... Anyway, Giku blocks a seed from the flower on her head and is able to create a giant tree from it that she then calls her new home. So me hoping that Giku will just, leave is kind of out of the window. Getting hit by a truck. Die. No. Oh well. Back at the farm, it's business as usual, with Mora crying and whining about everything instead of actually trying to fix it, while getting the solution straight up handed to her by the one person who actually should be the protagonist, as well as proving once again that Alejandro would have been better off with not teaming up with Mora of all people. I mean, for fuck's sake, it's like teaming up with someone for a school project and all your partner is doing is eating glue and stabbing himself in the knee with a pair of safety scissors. He may be stupid, but god damn if he isn't also stubbornly retarded.
After Alejandra saves the day, Mora goes to talk with Sunny. She gives her the chance of staying on the farm to then interview her herself the day after. She then further follows Alejandra's advice and talks with Miles, offering him her gratitude for filling the position that Minos up and left open. Or, well, she tries. Instead, what happens is that she tries to compliment Miles, but the moment he states that he did save the day and he should get a raise for it, Mora snaps and moves outside to throw Miles into the well again. I swear, this comic is a weird case of the enemy of my enemy is still a huge asshole. Sunny is in the meantime guided up to Rachel and Sarah's room to stay the night. Here Sarah has the first funny scene since Taffy and Mora went dating, with her screaming out sleepover. And it isn't as much as her doing that that's funny, but rather her face. On the next page they got all sorts of snacks lined up, as well as TV series and Wii U games. Yes, the Wii U had came out in the meantime, ready for, as Sarah says herself, the perfect sleepover. You know, I'd enjoy this page way more if I hadn't seen this picture prior to reading this.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying.
Once again, I'll happily give credit where it's due, and this sleepover is actually handled really well. It's cute, it's heartwarming, and you really get the feeling that Rachel, Sarah, and Sunny are bonding. We even find out that Sunny's getting this job to help her parents back home so they won't have to work so hard. This would be such a good time to touch on the people who are looking for Sarah and Rachel. You wouldn't have to tell everything, but at least just touch on it. But then again, that kind of demands that the writers remembered that that was a thing. And surprisingly enough, the good part of this comic doesn't stop there. We continue on to Taffy and Randall, who are bonding. When he says Taffy will be a great mother, she flips her shit, and here we have a perfect example of what side comics should be all about.
Believe it or not, I've actually had a bunch of people say that some of the issues that I have brought out throughout these reviews is explained through side comics. You don't do that! Plus, if we're supposed to take that shit as canon, what's to say that that's canon and breasts is the best isn't?
It's fairly simple, really. Do you like having half of your game locked away behind a DLC paywall? Of course you don't. How would you like me to end the video now and then have you seek out the rest of it somewhere else on the internet? You won't like that either. The point I'm getting to is that if you explain something necessary to understand the main plot in a side comic, then just fuck you. That's just bad storytelling. That's just you forgetting to write something and then trying to excuse it as a side comic thing. But what we see here is how you should do it. See, here Taffy explains that her mom was a total bitch who didn't want kids and treated her kids like they ruined her life. Great, now we know what it's all about. But there also exists a side story explaining more in depth what exactly happened that helps justify Taffy's violent reaction to being called a mother. This is how you make a side story.
See? You can do it. It only took you over 400 pages to get the least bit competent, but you can do it.
The next day, Mora is interviewing Sunny. I must admit, I wholeheartedly laughed my ass off when she is reluctant to give Sunny the position because she has no experience. Cause, let's be honest, look at the fucking workforce she has now. 2 orphans with no work experience, a college dropout who quit college cause it was too hard, a waiter, a soldier, I guess, and whatever the fuck Randall did before. I'm not forgetting anyone, am I? Probably not. So when Mora says that Sunny needs experience to get the job, just fuck off, will you? What kind of experience did you have, Mora? Did your skills in blowing dudes come in handy when managing a farm?
I'm pretty sure there's a porno with that exact premise now that I think about it.
But because they've gone through all the trouble of introducing Sunny, might as well hire her cause Mora has got a good gut feeling. Actually, she gets the chance to prove herself as a manager because Taffy vouched for her. Woo! Personal influence. That's not biased and unprofessional at all. The next morning we see Rachel and Miles out getting ready for a morning jog. That's when Rachel says, "Heh, don't pussy out of me yet." And Miles replies, "Oh, I get it. That's funny because we're cats." Smooth.
Okay, this has to stop. Even I am getting tired of pointing this out.
I can excuse all of the animal references, like having Mora saying moo or saying that she can be used for hamburgers. But truth is, she says she's not a cow. Okay, that's not me assuming anything. It's right there, black and white. Well, how is this different from Miles now acknowledging that they are indeed animals? I'd love to see some of the defenders of this comic try and explain this one, cause you know what the easy explanation is? You know what you can just say about this to the authors without being wrong? You can write for shit! Anyway, they go for a run and Rachel confirms our worst fears that Miles' confession to her is still an actual thing. She asks him if he said he liked her, and if so, then this is her, and if he likes her, then he has to like this as well. Well, that's rather unfair. My ex-girlfriend loved hockey, I don't, yet we got along well enough. But hey, it's not like the love of this comic hasn't already been super superficial thus far, so it'd just be weird for it to stop now. Anyway, they bond and it's forced as shit. We then move on to Sunny doing some office work, getting ready for being the sickest manager Las Lindas has ever seen. Low bar, I know. And she's actually doing a good job. See, this is what I wanted to see from Alejandra. I wanted to see someone actually doing clever manager stuff. Show that the person knows what he or she is doing. You don't even have to be specific about the notes or the likes she takes, just show that she is taking them. And now she sets out to get some results. First stop is Miles and Rachel, and I really can't be the only one thinking that this is wrong. Why are these two together? They don't share anything other than their contempt for Mora. I mean, I know none of these relationships make sense, but even to this comic's shitty standard, this is skipping some levels in forcing garbage relationships. Suddenly, Rachel just likes Miles cause I guess she just really digs that sexual harassment. Remember
that you're just the container I shoot it into.
Sunny comes with a bunch of ideas on how to make the work efficiency better at Miles and Rachel's department and, okay, what? Why is Rachel being a cunt? I get Miles laughing at this, but need to remind you that Rachel was at first against not doing anything when starting to work with Miles, and now she's laughing at the prospect of actually having to work. Miles has just turned her into a female version of him at this point. It's kind of scary, really. Luckily, Sunny doesn't put up with the shit and gives the two a piece of her mind, which they seem to listen to. Funny how much progress he gets without beating the snot out of them, huh? Patches, or Alejandra, depending on what you prefer, arrives at Las Lindas and it turns out Mora called her over to have a drink with her. As she says herself, dogs bark, birds fly, cats slack off, and cows drink. You in? I give up. If this comic isn't even trying, why the hell should I? So they share a drink and Mora wants to teach Alejandra how to relax and unwind as she says, fantastic. Get another drink or two, Kohai. Oh, wow, okay, oh god. It's been little ages since I last did this joke. Hope I know how to do it still. You are not fucking Japanese! Mora and Alejandra share some girl talk. Of course, because these two are women, they have to talk about boys. And girls. I guess it'd be too much to ask that Mora for once didn't care about what kind of sex everyone has. And do you remember how during the confrontation between Alejandra and Tootsie, Tootsie almost says she loves Alejandra and her affection for her is kinda hinted at in that regard? Well, because this thing can't have subtlety, we now have Mora and Alejandra straight up throwing it in the reader's face. And roll the clip.
What? You want subtlety? Fuck that!
Mora and Alejandra continue their drinking, getting absolutely shit-faced. That's when we get this line of dialogue.
You know, when I first saw you driving up in that fancy car, I was worried the Patches I knew was gone.
Well, that's other bullshit. Because she quite clearly doesn't recognize Alejandra when she first sees her. Anyway, take a shot. Make that 2 shots. On the next page, Sunny is talking about renting out their spare rooms and thus she is asking people to move together in the same room. It's obvious that Taffy and Randall group up and Sarah volunteers to bunk with Sunny so Rachel and Miles can be together. Will you believe me if I told you that this is the first thing Sarah has done that I actually like? And we're over 450 pages in! Oh god! This is another pretty good scene too, actually. It shows Sarah has grown up and that Rachel needed Sarah about as much as Sarah needed Rachel. It's funny how much better this comic suddenly became all of a sudden. It's still raw garbage, don't get me wrong, But it's at least not, you know, your family chopped up and thrown in the dumpster garbage. Anyway, Sonny and Mora talks about Miles and Rachel, and Sonny suggests that Mora levels the playing field with the two to enhance the working experience on the farm. But of course Mora doesn't want to do that because that means she'd actually have to do something. But alas, she still talks with Rachel and Miles, saying it's their last chance, otherwise she'll simply kick them out. There's just a teeny tiny small problem here. A cross. The alien sentient cow from outer space is carrying around the typical symbol associated with Christianity. Writers, are you actively trying to suck? That's what I want to know. Because if you are, this might just be the best comic in the world. Rachel and Miles return to Miles' room where they discuss whether they're staying or not. Rachel is obviously staying because she can't function without Sarah and insists on hanging on to her like a hemorrhoid. And Miles stays because there's someone who is actually semi-willing to give up that nookie for him. Just try and take a step back and look at these two and their motivation. Can you honestly cheer for these two? Oh well, fine, let's exclude Rachel. But Miles? Seriously, you can understand him? No person with a half a brain can relate to this fuckhead, and even if we could, we wouldn't want to. So any drama that happens to this puke stain like this, we don't care about. It just serves to infuriate its readers. Well, at least we can have some drama with Sonny, right? I mean, there's some actual tension on whether or not she gets the job, right? And she's just given the job just like that. Let me mention just some of the things I came up with on the spot that you could do in this situation. You could have someone competing for the position. You could have her do something that Mora didn't like. You could give Sonny some opposition she'd have to overcome to show her determination for getting the position. You could do so much more with this situation. You don't make dinner just to throw it in the trash. So, because Sonny got the job, she's now writing her parents. God forbid they'd have a phone in this super advanced world with spaceships and teleportations.
Dear Mom and Dad, I did it. I got the job. Mora gave me a bonus for my time, and I want you to have it. It'll be the first of many, I promise. But let me tell you, it's not going to be a picnic getting this place in order. It feels like the thing was played by ear for so long, and there's been a lot of mistakes.
I think the last time this big an understatement was said, it came from Hitler and was like, "Ah shit! Might have gone a kleinen bisschen crazy out there." We move on to Mora and Taffy working out and then continue to stretching. You guessed it, it's shots time. Meanwhile, they talk about how Taffy should just give up the cooch even if she's not ready, and that Taffy should give it up just cause everyone else does. To every virgin watching this video, everything that is said in this comic is absolute cow shit. Don't start having sex before you're ready to it, and especially not just cause everyone else is doing it. Do I really have to point out how bad this page is? Not only is it forcing needless, sexy stuff down our throat, but the message is terrible. Imagine some young girl or boy reading this and then goes out to have his or her first time with some random stranger. I mean, this comic clearly is brightly colored and has silly, dumb slapstick humor, and is catering to a young crowd who gets sexually stimulated from hot imagery like this. Imagine if Tom and Jerry convinced you that it was a good idea to smoke crack cocaine. This really wouldn't be nearly as bad if it wasn't because this particular audience is some of the most easily influenced. It's almost like trying to hit every demographic out there with your product is a bad move, isn't it? On the next page we see Sonny going into the basement to get some folding chairs. Apparently they're gonna have a big barbecue where they'll serve ribs and hush puppies. This is where Sonny stumbles across the most vile creature from the depths. A shitty, badly written character. And roll it! Oh, we don't forget another character in the basement. That will really show how shitty writers we are. So they have Edward come up on the surface after his shitty Lord of the Rings reference. Throw in your own Metal Gear-esque tantrum here. And Edward explains he locked himself up in the basement to work on his next work. That's all you get from this page, and we move on to Sonny giving a small speech. Afterwards, Randall asks her to try his salsa and uses the sentence, "You gotta try some of my famous salsa. It'll put some fur on your chest." Yeah? Then what's this? That's fur, right? And can we also take a moment to address that Sonny is in a tank top saying working girl? You know, the same term used to describe prostitutes.
See? This is why we can't have nice things. Miles and Randall talk because Randall wants some advice on how to please Taffy. Miles gives us a short version of how their relationship ended, and even Randall seems fully aware of how shitty Miles is, and he flees before Miles' raw assholery infects him. Anyway, another bullshit strip about it. We're going to school Sarah, a 10-year anniversary strip, and there we go. Gigo flees up a tree despite she literally just came down a second earlier. Sarah follows her and we get more broken English and this lovely frame, cause let's not forget exactly why Geeko was put into this comic. The next page some of you guys will actually remember from my Twitter. Yep, this picture used to be uncensored with nibbles and everything. They have however changed it, really poorly I might add, and so now they have these leaves blowing around. It's a shot nevertheless. Anyway, Sarah asks Geeko if they can be friends, and after a dumb yes from Geeko, Sarah then tells her they'll have to get her some clothes, to which Geeko replies,
"Clothes? What? Comic no work on writing. We need to compensate on boobs."
Sarah and Geeko then proceed to find Geeko some clothes, and doesn't this page seem familiar? Could it be because we saw the same fucking thing on page 59? And then later at 210? Same 3 frames with the character trying clothes and doesn't like either of the 3 options, eventually settling with a 4th option. Could be lazy writing, but judging by the sheer stellar stuff we've seen thus far, that's on... Yeah, I can't finish that joke without throwing up. Outside, Minos and Mora are having a fight because of Geeko. One of Mora's issues is that Geeko doesn't wear clothes. How the fuck can this cunt be cranky about someone not wearing clothes when she's so happy to take it off herself? Anyway, Mora is also pissy about Minos lying to her about Geeko, but apparently Minos just can't tell her why it's now his turn to watch Geeko. By an odd twist of fate, Mora is somehow okay with this and doesn't murder Minos, and instead makes out with him in front of Edward, who is eavesdropping on the two. It's almost like working with your ex is a bad fucking move! So, in case I forgot to mention, cause the less attention I gave Din and Jin the better, these two made a bet whether or not Edward would get back together with Mora. And because Edward is now all moody because he just watched Mora and Minos being lovey-dovey, the two fairies are now close to saying the bet is over. There's a problem though. Why does this make Edward super moody? Has he never seen Minos and Mora being super lovey-dovey up to now? It's not like Mora's been holding back on being super touchy, and from the looks of things, neither has Minos. But none of that shit can prepare you for the bullshit that's coming our way. Bullshit with the name Ailana. I'll be perfectly honest here, I read ahead after this just to make sure that this wasn't just some hallucination or a trick. But nope, she's really here. So let's turn the clock back a little. Back to where Edward, like a total klutz, decided to track down Mora and in the process got stranded on an island where he lost his memory and stole all the ideas from the road to El Dorado. This was an island in the middle of the sea. He was then later abducted by a mech that took him to Alejandro's company. Right? Okay. Now, how the fuck did Ailana find Edward? She's from an island that didn't use technology from the looks of things. How could she track down Edward? Why is she on the farm now? How did she suddenly bump into Edward at the tree there and not knock on the front door of the farm like any normal person would? How did she suddenly decide to show up just as Edward is having this love crisis for no good reason where his heart is easy to manipulate? And just before you start pointing out that Ailana here, has broken English as well, even Edward points out that she used to speak much better English but has seemingly forgotten it since then. Is it even legal to be this bad at writing?
No. No. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. No. 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 Hell no. No. No.
And so, after either Din or Jin loses the bet and is forced to live 100 years within a pickle jar, and Mora reluctantly, yet again, lets Geeko stay on the farm, we are finally caught up with one last page being a total Twilight ripoff. And that's it. That's 474 pages of Les Lindas. What a load of horrible horseshit.
The premise is a 2. The only thing saving this comic from a 1 is because the idea of the premise is really good. Like I said before, tons of people have explained what they'd have done with this premise, and it was always really interesting and obviously much better than this could be. But here the writing is atrocious, the worst I've ever seen. It can't keep track of its own lore, it doesn't know how to handle itself, there's plot holes everywhere and obvious flaws that even a 5-year-old would shake their head at. The art is a 7. It was a rough start, a really rough start, but somehow not as rough as the middle. But then it turned out to be a great style. I truly love how it is now so much Talos' own style, with its cartoony look and its bright colors, and like I said before, when it tries to be hot, it can be. But it took a while to get here, and for that it gets a 7. The characters are 1. Yeah, I bet you thought it'd be higher with how much I've complimented characters like Alejandra, but you gotta keep in mind I was only able to do so because of the vast contrast that was, well, every other character. And even near the end here, Alejandra too got degraded to becoming a dopey shitty character. These characters are garbage, has absolutely no consistency, a bunch of self-insertion, and despite seeming different, all they want is the same. All in all, this comic is a 2. I can in no shape or form advise reading this garbage. And heck, with my videos, you now don't have to. If you truly want to get the good thing this comic has to offer, go to Chalos' gallery on his DeviantArt and go browse his stuff. That way you won't have to read, and I'll happily say this as many times as I have to, the worst webcomic I have ever read. Be perfect. I'll see you guys in the next webcomic relief. Take care.